everyone. It's Boston City Councilor and candidate for mayor. Hi everyone, it's Boston City Councilor and candidate for Mayor Michelle Wu. I wish I could be walking onto the 14 bus with all of you today, saving a seat for Miss Rosa Parks. Throughout the pandemic, whenever I take the T, I'm reminded of how far we have to go. But now more than ever, I'm grateful for partners in ACE, the Transit Riders Union, all of our advocacy partners, our MBTA workers, and so many more who fight every day to make public transit a public good and to make Boston a city for everyone. I know how much of a lifeline and barrier the MBTA can be. Whether it's waiting desperately for the elevator at Forest Hills, holding onto a stroller with 2 kids, or fighting ridiculously expensive commuter rail fares and a cash penalty on buses, we've seen and felt what decades of neglect have done to our transit system. And we all know the disparities in our system. 64 more hours per year for Black bus riders on stalled buses compared to white bus riders. During the pandemic, we've had to fight even harder to protect transit access. We've stood up to fight service cuts and protect essential workers, our healthcare providers, hospital workers, and others on the front lines during this moment of crisis, who are overwhelmingly people of color and more likely to rely on public transit to get to their essential jobs. Our coalition work has been more urgent than ever to lift up transit justice as racial and economic justice. We joined Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley and Senator Ed Markey in support of the Freedom to Move Act, which would allocate billions of dollars for fare-free transit and expand service from an equity lens. We partnered to release the first city-level Green New Deal plan in the country, emphasizing the need to revitalize public transportation to lead our way out of our climate, economic, and public health crises. Today, we come together to celebrate our movement and each other. This week, Council President Kim Janey and I filed a resolution in City Council to declare the month of February Transit Equity Month for the City of Boston, lifting up Rosa Parks as a movement builder and champion for racial justice and transit justice. Happy Transit Equity Day. Thank you so much for all that you do.
What is transit equity to you? And what's one really tangible or specific way people can act or something they can do to show up for transit equity?
Equity in transportation is 3 things. It's accessibility by any means necessary. It's affordability by any means necessary. And it's accountability by any means necessary. I deeply believe that transit agencies need to have, I don't care how big, how small, elected boards, folks who can be held accountable and fired by the voters.
As you know, everyone on this call and perhaps in the audience knows you can have a bus stop right in front of your house and still be a mile from your job when you take that bus. That last mile is not cured by having a bus stop in front of your house. It's important that it's convenient, but that issue that we still can't get to the destination. So there's an access to destinations issue that's just as important as the access to transit itself. Well, that's an equitable problem.
It means allowing the community to plan how transit looks in their neighborhood, allowing the community to demand, 24-hour service or, service on the weekends, and then you find a way to implement that.
To me, it looks like transit's not an issue. It's not something that people are stressing out. People, my team also gets all of the feedback that we get from customers, and I hear about people whose budgets are already stretched so thin, but maybe they can't get to the child care center to pick up their kid on time, so they incur late fees at the child care center. Or people can't hold jobs because we can't reliably deliver them to their work. And so I think the future, if we're going to recover, it's got to be with reliable transit.
How can we build a transit system that's better than before?
Honestly, the easiest, shortest answer is to listen to the bus drivers. The bus drivers themselves are the end-all be-all, because I see things management doesn't see. I go through things management doesn't go through. I understand passengers, management doesn't. When traffic conditions change, I see it. I've been driving for 9 years. If we go back 4 years, Uber and Lyft didn't exist. They exist now. So traffic conditions have changed. So when when you talk about mass transit and how to better connect with the people, you have to ask us how that's done, because we know we do it every day. You want a better system? Talk to the men and women who do it every day.
Hi, my name is Zoe. Hi, my name is Sage. And we speak for the buses. Kids need transit too. Let's fund transit now. Yay!
Accessible and affordable public transit
is a civil right.
Let's invest now for transit options for all.
Thinking about Martin Luther King's birthday today, and also thinking about Rosa Parks' birthday coming on February 4th, which will be Transit Equity Day. Thinking about those thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands, actually millions of people, Black people and their allies, who worked to get us civil rights laws. And also thinking about the millions of people, millions and millions, all of us, who are going to be needed to keep up that work and uproot white supremacy and all of its pillars. And I'm thinking about the music that was part of that movement, such an important part of that movement. Of course, I can't think of the civil rights movement without thinking of all those songs that people sang, how important they were to unity and to power. So I'd like you right now to sing along with me on If You Miss Me at the Back of the Bus. This was an old Black song, Mary Don't You Weep. Civil rights people put some civil rights words to it and put some new words in it for Transit Equity Day as well. If you miss me at the back of the bus and you can't find me nowhere, oh, come on over to the front of the bus. I'll be riding right there. I'll be riding right there. I'll be riding right there. Oh, come on over to the front of the bus. I'll be riding right there. If you miss me in an SUV and you can't find me nowhere, oh, come on over to the public bus. I'll be riding right there. If you miss me in an Uber car and you can't find me nowhere, oh, come on over to a BART train. I'll be riding right there. I'll be riding right there. I'll be riding right there. Oh, come on over to a BART train. I'll be riding right there. And if you're missing my carbon footprint and you can't find it nowhere, oh, don't come looking on a public bus, 'cause you ain't finding much there. If you miss me in a self-driving car and you can't find me nowhere, oh, come on over to the bus stop. I'll be boarding right there. I'll be boarding right there. I'll be boarding right there. Oh, come on over to the bus stop. I'll be boarding right there. And if you miss me in the gig economy and you can't find me nowhere, oh, come on over to a union shop. I'll be working right there. I'll be working right there. I'll be working right there. Oh, come on over to a union shop. I'll be working right there.
Hello. Transit is a disability rights as an outgrowth of civil rights. As one of the disability commissioners for the city of Chelsea, I am an advocate for the transportation rights of people who need mobility in city and moving around the metro area of Boston. I work with Green Roots and T-Riders Union for Transit Equity Day 2021. So here we are, a diverse community of 65% Spanish speaking, 11% Black. So we are predominantly Black and brown. We need to move our people around safely and equitably. That means we partner with the RIDE, the MBTA, to help people move with mobility and other disabilities to get where they need or want to get to. The impact transit equity has amongst our populace is making fares reasonable. We fight for free or discounted fares, and maintaining those reasonable fares. We stand up whenever the powers that be want to raise them, even when cost of living is super high and Social Security stays constant. The fact that transportation costs per month stay around $30 to $40, any fare increase at all makes the accessibility to the doctor or work or to shopping or to other essential errands out of reach for the people who call Chelsea home. The thing is, people need transportation so seriously. It's paid for some by Medicaid here in our Commonwealth. We could consider it something that we are willing to fight for and advocate for. The other factor is the cuts we have recently experienced due to the pandemic. We demanded people have everything they need to get around, so we demanded the cuts not be made. They were. Just as what happened in Montgomery, the boycott made things better for people of color in Alabama 64 years ago today. We celebrate Rosa Parks, and our advocacy makes things better for Chelsea, Everett, Revere, and East Boston. We hope that the Transit Equity Day inspires more people to step up and support their disabled friends and family and neighbors. We also hope that people do get their transportation needs met and transit needs met with thought and purpose towards how to support the diverse populations of their cities and their states. My name is Susan Backstrom, and once again, I'm with Green Roots and T-Riders Union and the Chelsea Disability Commission. Thank you so much for your time.
to Alabama events in the Bronx last year. We got a chance to speak together, but I noticed also that in recent years, the demand for more articles, stories, images of Claudette Colvin have continued to grow. Why do you think interest in your case and your story is increasing?
Oh, I think when historians research the civil rights movement, they want to know whatever happened to the 4 women in the Browder v. Gale case. And so I think that's why my story surfaced. And because I was discovered by a writer named Phil Holmes, and he did my story, and he named it Twice Towards Justice. The first, he said, was an impulsive act that ignited the Montgomery bus boycott. And the second was a concrete act that led to the Browder v. Gale case, and the case that went all the way to the Supreme Court and desegregated the Montgomery City buses. So I think the people want to know whatever happened.
Okay. Thank you, folks. At this time, then, I'll introduce Tina Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy is a Baltimore resident and artist, and she will be reading Ms. Claudette Colvin's statement of support, and then share that we will play an interview produced by the Baltimore filmmakers, Marissa O'Gwen and Andy Dahl. Ms. Kennedy, thank you.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate your invitation to share my recollections and perspectives. Moreover, I cherish the opportunity to participate in the Baltimore Transit Equity Solidarity Day celebration as a living witness to the victory of the Montgomery bus boycott on December 21st, 1956. The day Montgomery's Black essential workers and their allies ended the boycott, having impressed the nation and having altered the history of the United States of America with a demonstration of the power of solidarity and unity of purpose in the continuing fight against white supremacy and its suppression in law or custom of the right to equality among all people.
Thank you. Thank you much.
I want to thank the Baltimore Transit Equity Coalition for inviting me to participate in their Solidarity Day celebration. And a special thanks to Mr. Jordan, who attended my homegoing celebration in New York last October. Also, I want to commend the Baltimore Transit Equity Coalition for the work that you do to ensure the citizens of Baltimore have reliable and safe public transportation.
Ms. Colvin, greetings and thank you.
You're welcome.
We'd like to have a conversation, but about a number of things that in fact have been requested, asked, and are of still great interest by thousands of people who want to know how this day came to be the 64th anniversary of the victory in Montgomery. So let me begin with the conversation. I have a few questions. Even though you weren't presented as the face of the boycott, it's still reported that you nevertheless inspired Mrs. Rosa Parks and inspired the other leaders in the Black community to take action. They had been deliberating about a boycott for several years, but they didn't take action until you took action.
You know what the reporters said? All the reporters that I talked to, and I talked to several, and they said that I was the spark that ignited the fire that led to the Montgomery bus boycott. I was the spark, they said.
The news articles indicated that you were arrested, charged with assault and battery, disorderly conduct, and that you violated a city ordinance that made it unlawful for any passenger to fail or refuse to take those seats assigned to the race to which they belong. And after your trial, you were declared a ward of the state and placed on indefinite probation pending good behavior. The article went on to say that you accepted the court's ruling with the same cool aloofness that you had maintained throughout the 2.5-hour hearing. And your influence on mass unified action with solidarity has not waned in 64 years. But you moved soon to New York. Can you talk about why you moved from Montgomery?
Well, it's a long story, but to make it short, I wasn't able to get a job after my identity became known. And the employees, they would say, "Oh, you're the girl in the bus thing." And that's what the workers said, my co-workers said. And then the employer would fire me. So I couldn't get work, so therefore I moved to New York.
You know, I joined you at the returning to Alabama event in the Bronx last year. We got a chance to speak together, but I noticed also that in recent years, the demand for more articles, stories, images of Claudette Colvin have continued to grow. Why do you think interest in your case and your story is increasing?
Oh, I think when historians research the civil rights movement, they want to know whatever happened to the 4 women in the Browder v. Gale case. And so I think that's why my story surfaced. And because I was discovered by a writer named Phil Holmes, and he did my story, and he named it Twice Towards Justice. The first, he said, was an impulsive act that ignited the Montgomery bus boycott. And the second was a concrete act that led to the Browder v. Gale case, and the case that went all the way to the Supreme Court and desegregated the Montgomery City buses. So I think the people want to know whatever happened to the 15-year-old.
Well, tell me, people are still asking that question. What connections or similarities would you draw between your experience in Montgomery in 1955 and what's happening in cities around the nation today, 2020?
Oh, I'd say that I was in New York, and since Mrs. Parks, I was overshadowed by Mrs. Parks, because most people think that Mrs. Parks sit down on the bus and that ended the segregation of the bus system. But they don't know that it took brilliant lawyers and brilliant attorneys, including Robert Carter in New York and Thurgood Marshall. So it took brilliant minds. And then locally here in Birmingham, a lot of attorneys in Birmingham worked on this transportation system that was throughout the South. And so there had been boycotts in both Tallahassee, Florida, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that wasn't successful. And Dr. King's boycott, the 381 days, was successful. And so they want to know about the women. And since I was a survivor of the 4 women, and another teen, well, she's about my age now, but she was a teenager when it happened. She was arrested too. Her name was Mary Louise Smith Ware, but she kept a low profile. And so when they asked me to participate in telling my story, I volunteered to tell my story. And so a lot of what's going on now, I think that America, as the song said, America is showing her true colors. A lot of people, you can't legislate their feelings, their opinion, why they think that they are superior, or why Caucasians think they are superior over Africans. So I think that's what we are struggling with now, to come to grips with the fact that we are all here on this planet together, including animals too, and everything. We have to work together to preserve the planet and the rights of all human beings.
Well, I see. Now, today I'm sure you've heard and followed, of course, the Black Lives Matter movement. The movement has swept the nation, larger than any other in perhaps its history even. But it's a fight against what they have pointed out as a fight against white supremacy. If you could give these young people today who are involved in that movement any advice about how to fight white supremacy, what would your advice be?
That's too big a question because in each city it's different. You're in the counties and the cities, and say, for instance, I'm from New York, and it's diverse. No, and in New York, it's the money what counts. The money gonna put you in a different category. Dr. King had to go out and he had to make he really had to say nonviolent, take a nonviolent tactic, because he knew that what would happen to African Americans now, that you would be, if you even presented a threat, any kind of weapon, that you would be executed by the law enforcement. And so I said, now, the biggest thing that I can see, collectively, we are not totally organized collectively, but individually, I think everyone is trying to do their best individually, trying to educate their children so that they can get the best, so that they won't have to go through some of the things that they have gone through and the struggle that they had to go through. And we are trying to, one of the things that, oh boy, it's a tragedy and a drama, and it sounds like one of Shakespeare's plays, the voting system here in America. We have to vote locally as well as federal. So I think most people are going to have to vote. That is one way to get into people to cooperate and to get your voice and your grievances heard.
What do you think? Would militants have changed the direction of or the character of the boycott?
Militants probably would have changed it. I wasn't a militant person. I just wanted, for that particular day, that bus audience to know that they was treating me unfairly, because I wasn't sitting in the white section. I was sitting in the section assigned for Negroes, for colored people at that time.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Colvin, thank you so very much for participating in our celebration of the Baltimore Transit Equity Solidarity Day.
Thank you for having me, and I'm glad to tell my story. Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, and have a fine evening.
Good morning. My name is Jane English. I bring greetings from the Environmental and Climate Justice Department of the NAACP. Our team is so glad to be a part of this. Today, we are joined by workers and riders to share their stories and experiences on public transit. It is on this momentous occasion that we stand together in our shared experiences and fight on for the Transit Equity Days of Action. But we also celebrate the legacy of Mrs. Rosa Parks on her birthday, which is today, who paved the way for us as freedom riders. Today, we make connections between resistance, rights, equality and equity, transit and action. So, as we continue this morning, I would like to welcome two co-facilitators, Denise Diaz, co-executive director of Central Florida Jobs for Justice, and Christopher Ramirez, co-founder and executive director of Together for Brothers. Welcome. Our first live testifier today will be Samantha Garcia. She hails from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thank you. Please proceed, Denise.
Hi there, this is Denise Diaz, one of the facilitators. Looks like,
Denise, my apologies. I read the wrong line, and this is live. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the person that's joining us is Barbara Pfarr. She is actually from Elm Grove, Wisconsin. I hope Wisconsin doesn't hold that mistake against me. Welcome, Barbara.
Hello, everybody. I am Barbara Pfarr, and I chair the Transit Task Force for the SOPHIA organization in Waukesha County. I'm also a Catholic nun, a school sister of Notre Dame, and our mother house is in Elm Grove, Wisconsin, where about 100 of my sick and elderly sisters reside. They're served by a lot of healthcare workers, food service workers, and housekeepers. And most of those workers come from the city of Milwaukee, where the major labor force is in our area. That's a problem because there's no public transit between Milwaukee and our mother house. So our workers have a hard time getting to work. They cobble together rides in a rideshare program, but if the driver's child is sick that day, they can't get to work. Luz goes to work early because her son drops her off on his way to work, and she has to stay later because her daughter picks her up after she finishes school. This is a problem. One day I was there for dinner and we were served on paper plates because the food service person couldn't get into work and the dishes didn't get washed from the previous meal. That's not a big problem. But when Sister Gilda doesn't get her bath because her caretaker can't get into work, that's a big problem. And that problem is multiplied all over the country in care centers like ours, where people don't get services because they're really good workers can't get to work, no fault of their own. In Waukesha, Milwaukee is surrounded by 3 counties. We call them the WOW counties, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington counties. And in those counties, the projected job increase is 57,000 jobs. But the labor force in those 3 counties is about 10,000. All of the workers are in Milwaukee, but they can't get out to those jobs in the county. That's a problem. 1 in 6 Milwaukee households don't have a car. And the workforce development people tell us that 50% of the workforce participants don't have driver's licenses. Workers can't get to jobs, and employers who need workers can't get those workers. Another problem, when I'm old, or older than I am, and can't drive anymore, I want to be able to get around. I want to be able to visit my friends and go shopping and go to church. And so I want that there be a robust multimodal transit system all over our country. Public officials need to be listening to this, and they need to do something about this. So I want to thank the transit equity people for this opportunity and for making these kinds of problems known and hopefully attended to.
Wow. Thank you so much, Barbara. Please turn off your audio. That was some fantastic testimony. Next, we have Clint Sobratti. Sobratti? I guess Sobratti, help me out with that.
You had it right first, Sobratti.
Okay, great, Sobratti, who will be sharing his experience in Montgomery County, Maryland. Welcome, Clint. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for introducing me, and good morning to everyone. My name is Clint Sobratti, and I reside in Montgomery County, Maryland, just 40 minutes away from the nation's capital. I am a devoted father, husband, human rights, and climate advocate. I have been employed by Montgomery County Government of Department of Transportation, Ride-On, for the last 10 years, where I've held the position as a bus operator and a transit coordinator. I am one of the vice president of UFCW Local 1994 MCGEO and a shop steward for the union as well. To provide you with a brief background history, Montgomery County is very diverse, and our passengers reflect that diversity. I always say, if you want to see what democracy look like, jump on a Montgomery County Ride-On bus. Whether our passengers are young, old, able, disabled, Black, brown, or white, our buses serve communities of all ethnicities and socioeconomic status. However, it is the impoverished community who have a greater dependency on public transportation, which is why we need to have a reliable transit system. Therefore, I strongly support expanding both rail and transit operating system by adding privatization lane in all the largest cities in the state of Maryland. Statistics in a recent article from a Journal of Advanced Transportation show that having private bus lane could reduce delays related to gridlock traffic by as much as 66.4%. Additionally, having private bus lane can motivate residents to utilize a transit system as their main source of transportation to and from or other desired destinations, which will in return generate cash flow into our local economy. However, one of the main issues that need to be addressed is related to mechanical maintenance. Buses and rail need to be serviced regularly to improve carbon emissions, to be more climate friendly, and reduce breakdown that results in delay in the middle of a bus route. Once these issues are addressed and private lanes are added, buses should arrive at their assigned bus route on time, which will result in a better overall experience for passengers, being that safety and punctuality is their number one priority. Public transportation is an essential service to our local communities, and we are all connected to our passengers. They are our nurses at our local hospital, our receptionists at our physician office, our waiters at our favorite restaurants, our child care provider, and so much more. This is why we need sufficient funding to expand our transit system. If we truly value our essential workers, including our transit family, we need to take action now and invest in the future of public transportation to ensure that their health and well-being are a priority, that all our passengers have affordable, reliable, and equal access to public transportation service. As you know, the transit system plays a critical role in our local community and economy. So when we invest in public transportation, we invest in our workforce and we generate additional revenue for our local economy as well. Therefore, I encourage you to support privatization of bus lane and electrifying our bus fleet, as well as other transit expansion program that offers solutions that aligns with this cause so that Maryland will continue to thrive and be a progressive state for generations to come. I would like to thank everyone for their time, this moment, and their energy.
Wow, thank you so much, Clint, and thank you for your representation as a president and member of UFCW. Thank you. You all have a great reputation out there in Montgomery County. Okay, so if you could turn off your audio, thank you. And Igor, if you could please turn on your, there we go, your audio. Next we have Igor Tregub of Berkeley, California, to share. Igor?
Thank you very much for your time today. My name is Igor Tregub with the Sierra Club. I'm joining you this morning from Alani Land in Berkeley, California, and I'm presenting this testimony that we put together with the Sierra Club San Francisco Bay Chapter's leaders. Today is the birthday of Rosa Parks, whose act of resistance refusing to give up her seat on the bus sparked the successful Montgomery bus boycott of 1956. Today, we join the Labor Network for Sustainability on Transit Equity Day as they connect Rosa Parks' act of nonviolent resistance to the rights of all people to high-quality public transportation run on clean energy. Urban transit systems in most American cities have become a genuine civil rights issue because the layout of rapid transit systems determines the accessibility of jobs. We're thinking of this Martin Luther King Jr. quote by a local youth leader as Black History Month begins, because 65 years after Rosa Parks' act of resistance, transit equity is still being fought for, and access to safe, reliable, environmentally sustainable, and affordable transit is still threatened by a lack of funding, even while it is more important than ever. With increasing pollution levels near highways, exacerbating environmental injustice, the climate crisis upon us, and essential workers relying on buses and trains to get to their jobs, we must continue the fight for transit equity. Reeling from the pandemic, local transit agencies like our own AC Transit are grappling with drastic reductions in ridership and are pleading for help from Washington. While the most recent federal stimulus bill has thrown transit a lifeline, transit agencies which transport essential workers to their jobs simply are not getting the equitable support from our communities that they need to have, unlike big oil businesses. According to an article published by Sierra Magazine, over 7,000 oil, gas, and petrochemical companies received an estimated $3 to $7 billion in COVID relief funds, 2 to 3 times the allocation to transit agencies across the country. These numbers provided by an analysis of the Small Business Association data represent a desire by the former administration to preserve big oil. All the while, over 10% of the oil companies reported no jobs retained as a result of the taxpayer-funded bailout. If transit funding is not maintained and improved, how
Please slow down, Igor. Sorry to interrupt you. Please slow down. Thank you so much.
How many workers and students in our beloved community would have typically taken the bus to work and school be forced to use more private automobiles on local streets? We recognize that transportation is both an equity issue and a climate issue, and that recent governmental reports underscore the need for immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. The UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report has warned that there is only about a 10-year window left to reduce emissions in order to avoid cataclysmic climate change, emphasizing the need for speedy transformation at all levels of the economy, including transportation. The US National Climate Assessment emphasized the increasingly serious consequences of climate change to humans and the economy, especially in the absence of immediate mitigative actions. The California Air Resources Board has found that California is not on track to meet targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and transportation is the largest contributor. Simply put, not nearly enough investment is going toward climate-friendly transportation, including walking, biking, and public transit. Action is needed at every level of government: cities, counties, regions, the state and federal government, to reverse the negative trend. Today, on her birthday, we honor Rosa Parks' legacy in the struggle for transit justice, while calling on elected officials to increase support for public transit and commit to greater reductions in carbon emissions. We need all of our representatives to support our local public transit agencies, to transport essential workers to essential jobs, to help us make our streets safer by providing alternatives to private automobile use, to help us reduce carbon emissions, and to help us get where we need to be. Thank you very much.
We're at time. Thank you so much. We appreciate your input sincerely. Thank you. Okay, that was powerful testimony coming from Igor. And we just really are so glad you could be here all the way from Berkeley, California. Thank goodness for Zoom, right? Next, we will be joined by Salvador Herrera of Houston, Texas. Salvador, please turn on your audio. Thank you. Proceed.
Yes, thank you. My name is Salvador Herrera. I'm the Director of Organizing for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades District Council 88, which covers Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. From my personal experience and professional experience, I've grown to see the importance of a reliable transportation system. Texas is not known for its public transportation system. On the contrary, it's widely known for its expansive highways, such as the Katy Freeway, or otherwise known as I-10, which has 26 lanes. Texas keeps expanding highways, but the real need is to expand access to reliable public transportation. For working people in Texas, having reliable public transportation is important. For those who do not have access to vehicles, not having reliable transportation could mean being late for work, not being able to make it to the grocery store, or not having sufficient time to spend with family. Having a reliable transportation system opens up opportunities for working people who live more fulfilling lives. Expanding existing programs could help working families acquire new work opportunities. Having reliable transportation would make the lives of working people easier, more efficient, and less stressful. Not having reliable transportation could mean losing your job or not being able to make it to an important school function for your children. The last thing people should have to worry about is where the bus that was supposed to be arriving 40 minutes ago will arrive. When I lived in Austin before I moved to Houston, back to Houston, I used public transportation pretty often to get across town and get from work to school and home in the evenings. The system was pretty erratic. The arrival times were never right. Oftentimes I would wait up to 40 minutes or even an hour for a bus to arrive. Sometimes I would have to give up and use other means of transportation that were pretty costly to me, often paying $30 for a trip from work, home, or to school. And when you're living on a tight budget, using those other means of alternative transportation could mean financial sacrifices down the line. On top of the reality of waiting 45 minutes or more for a bus that's already late and walking long distances to catch, there's also the reality of having to walk long distances to catch the bus on your route to work. A simple 15-minute commute can become an hour or more ordeal without the availability of reliable public transportation. And there's only 24 hours in a day. The frustration, stress, and time spent waiting and depending on an unreliable system can be a burden for working people. After working a 12-hour shift on your feet all day, the last thing you want to do is wait and commute over an hour to make it home. I grew up in Houston. My parents were working class immigrants from Mexico. Not once did my parents really consider using public transportation because of the hardship of using it and the time it took to use it. It never really became a feasible option for them, even though it would have been helpful for us to use it. The other alternative we had to use was rely on very unreliable cars to transport us from school and for themselves to work. If available, reliable public transportation will help working families and reduce traffic in cities. The need for reliable and safe public transportation is important for working people to live better lives.
Thank you so much, Salvador. That was very powerful. Two things hit me really hard: 26 lanes of traffic, and standing on, my feet at a bus stop, or after 12-hour shift. That hit home. Both of those things hit home. Thank you for your powerful message today. We would like to thank you all, testifiers from today and yesterday. This is why we do the work we do. We want to thank you for your tenacity, your time, and your courage. We now open up the floor to the hearing facilitators, Denise and Christopher, and they will moderate the Q&A. And it looks like we have a little over 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Christopher and Denise, please turn on your audio. You're facilitating the Q&A. Thank you.
Good morning, buenos dias. Denise, I'm going to defer to you if you want to go first, or I can step in.
Oh, no, thanks, Christopher. I can start. And just thank you all for sharing and just giving your insight in a way that's honoring the legacy of Rosa Parks, but also, really bringing this front and center for everyone to hear. I really appreciate that, and we all do. So I guess my first question to all the testifiers is, and I heard bits and pieces with Barbara and Clint around the impact that this is having on essential workers. It'd be really great to hear specifically how a transit system that has been underfunded, how is that really impacting the need and the urgency for a dedicated, more funding, right? And so it's like the crisis on top of the problem. And it would be really great to hear a little bit more of what that's looked like in the past year.
Hi, this is Barbara, and I'll say that, well, because we don't have transportation, public transportation to our facility, it hasn't affected our facility. Other things have, but transit hasn't. But throughout Milwaukee, it certainly has. Milwaukee buses, you see on the marquee on top, only 13 people can get on a bus. And that really cuts down the little bit of service that we already have. So facilities are really suffering during this pandemic time because of so many people, in one place who can't really socially distance. But the transportation problem really exasperates it.
Thank you, Barbara. Anyone else sharing? Are they seeing similar things?
Yes, I can share. In our local community, there are specific lines that have either been cut or where cuts are being considered. AC Transit is the great equalizer. It truly serves all facets and all classes of Berkeley lives and livelihoods. And yet, because of severe budget cuts, we are looking at cuts to the 80 line on the Ashby Avenue Transit Corridor, which is the heart of what remains of our, used to be our majority Black community. The popular 51 line, which carries students and workers to the University of California and to downtown, and the 7, 65, and 67 lines, which are running in North Berkeley and is the only lifeline available for seniors to be able to come down for their needs. Such service changes absolutely undermine the ability of many in Berkeley, particularly those who are most reliant on transit, to get to work and school and do what they need to do post-pandemic.
Well, thank you both for responding to Denise's question. I'm Christopher again, and I just want to thank, like Denise, thank everybody for their testimony. As a public transit writer and also a member of my local city's transit advisory board, I just appreciate everybody's participation in their communities. I also want to say, as a son of a transit union member, right, my father worked on the railroad and was a lifelong union member. I really appreciate Sal and Clint as either bus drivers or other union members, how important it is to recognize transit equity extends to the workers, whether it's the public transit workers or the people that actually make the transit systems run, right? We heard yesterday from people that build buses and other connections. And I just want to remind us, Rosa Parks was an organizer. And so Sal and Clint, what's one of the important things that we can take away from how we organize workers around the issue of transit equity? Is there anything that you would like to lift up?
What I'll say is that, well, I only, from over here in Montgomery County, Maryland, we have our union, we try to, how to put it, we work hand in hand with the senior level management for DOT. So we disseminate a lot of information out to the public, where is very important for especially our transit employees and everything, because we have a system. As long as you work for the county government, you're able to ride the buses for free with your county badge. You're ready for free. And like I mentioned earlier, from the beginning of the pandemic, we made it our buses totally free for the whole entire community within Montgomery County. As long as you're in Montgomery County and you see a bus, you can ride on it for free from just rear door entrance only. We keep it to a minimum of 15 people on the bus. What I'll say is that we try, transportation is a key to everything in every community, because in order to get to and from work or to any stores and building the economy, transportation is the number one key source of our community, because we bring everyone together. So it need to be a continuous effort in promoting and uplifting transportation to the highest extent, and adding enough adequate fundings to promote transportation like anything else. Because it's easier when you have a bus only lane and you could actually get from point A to B. Instead of 30 minutes, you could get there in 10-15 minutes. No, you don't have to use your car stay at home, you save gas, lessen your insurance. It's so much factors that weighs in that makes it better. So what we're doing here is one of the greatest tools that we have in exposing the necessary use of transportation in general. And as long as we keep this campaign going forward of this is our source throughout the whole country, that we need transportation, because look what Zoom did, bring many people from all walks of different part of the country together on the same topic.
Yep. Thank you so much, Clint. And before
if I may, Christopher, this is Barbara. I just want to say that Rosa Parks was a community organizer, and I'm part of a community organization, a network of community organizations. And these groups are all over the country. And I just want to remind everybody, whether you're part of an organized group or not, you can contact, and you should contact your legislators regularly and remind them of how important public transportation is, and remind them of their duty to make sure that public dollars go to public transportation.
Thank you for that reminder, Barbara. I appreciate that very much. And before, I don't know, Sal, if you want to respond to the question about organizing, organizing workers and around transit equity. But Clint, I just want to thank you in particular, because as an uncle with a niece and nephew, Amelia and Pacifico, including Pacifico, who just turned 16, but doesn't have to drive because there's a really great transit system in Rockville, in Montgomery County, where he lives. But thank you for you and the other drivers who are safely getting Pacifico and Amelia around their community every day. Sal, do you want to respond to the question about workers organizing for transit equity?
Yeah. Yes, here with the Painters Union, we strongly believe in collective action, and we run issues-based campaigns with workers who are non-union. And one of the biggest things we see is that since it's issues-based, it revolves around the wages, and a lot of it is construction. You can be working on one construction site and be sent to another one the next day or down the line a month from now, which could vary in distance. So one could be 20 miles, and then the next site is 50 miles from your house. One of the biggest complaints is the employers don't pay for gas, or don't provide stipends for any of that. And a lot of the workers live paycheck to paycheck, so paying for a lot of them have unreliable vehicles. A lot of them have to pay for their gas. A lot of them have to pay for insurance, and cutting that out. And a lot of construction workers do use public transportation. You see them in downtown waiting for the rail that's only available in downtown. So promoting that to them as an alternative means, if it was reliable and if it was more accessible to them, would probably save them a lot of money, and would probably alleviate some of those issues that they do have, and help them in the erraticness of the location of where you're going to work from year to year, month to month. So it would be a good alternative, and a lot of construction workers already do use it here from what we've seen in the Houston area.
Thank you, Sal. Denise, I have one more question for Barbara. Would you mind if I asked her that?
Go ahead, Christopher.
Thank you. Barbara, one of the things, thank you again for sharing. One of my closest cousins is also a sister. I'm having COVID brain and remembering her order. But I also haven't had my mother who recently passed was an older person who really, transit was one of the ways that could connect her and for her not to be so isolated. And I just appreciate you sharing about your sisters and even your own experience about how public transportation impacts our seniors in our community. Barbara, how do we make more space so that we are connecting intergenerationally? I work with young people every day, young people 24 and younger, who also sometimes feel disconnected. But I just appreciate you lifting up some of our elders, right? Some of those ancestors who are still with us. How do we make sure to make space for them to be part of our transit equity work?
Well, one of the statewide senior advocacy groups recently in Wisconsin did a whole set of graphics about all the ways that seniors need transit, financial ways, in terms of, social ability, all kinds of reasons of why transit is important for seniors, which is a good, it's really a good tool. And young people, being good social media people, could be using that to get the word out, for one thing. Another thing is just the stories to bring us together. I went downtown to pick up theater tickets a while ago when we were still going to the theater. And I couldn't find a place to park at the place where you pick up the tickets. And it took me, I went round and round and round, and finally had a park way far away to get to the, just to run in to pick up the tickets. And I said to the young woman behind the ticket counter, "Where do you park? This is so terrible down here." And she said, "I don't have a car. I don't know. It's not my problem." And I realized that it doesn't have to be my problem either. It wouldn't have to be my problem if I could use public transportation. It doesn't work because there isn't any public transit near me. but it's important. And I think if we can share stories from one generation to another, that's kind of helpful.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And I want to lift up that one of the things we've done in Albuquerque in organizing with young people is to realize there's intergenerational opportunities. And so we're excited. Yesterday, our city announced that seniors 65 and older will be riding the bus for free, kind of similar to Montgomery County. Denise, did you have another question?
Could I?
Yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry, Denise. I was just gonna follow up on what Barbara said. When Christopher just made it clear, in Montgomery County, we have a unique program that we have for a very long time, where seniors ride the bus free from Monday to Saturday, 9:30 to 3, completely free. And then after that, we have a reduced fare. But we started a program a couple of years ago where all kids ride the bus free, 7 days a week, within the metropolitan area.
And so thank you for that, Clint and Barbara. You're really touching on something that I think I just want to throw out and ask is around how this not only benefits transit riders, those who depend on it, but how would it be impactful and useful for those that, if we had a reliable and accessible public transit system, right, how would that be beneficial to those that, and what could we see happen for those that drive, right? What's the impact that it has on them? What would that mean? I'm curious.
This is Barbara, and I'm anxious to respond to that. So you might know that religious communities of nuns have a really high median age. Ours is 85. And there's a lot of reasons for it, and it's not a panic thing, except in terms of the finances. We don't have younger nuns, making salaries to pay for the expenses of the older people. So just on Saturday, we had our annual financial report from our treasurer laying out, the not great looking financials for the future, and doing an analysis of our costs. And one of our biggest costs are our cars. We own and use a lot of cars. We sisters in my congregation own and use a lot of cars because, we're still in ministry, we're still doing things, and we're still getting around, and they're very expensive. And they laid out the cost savings for us if we could reduce the number of cars we have by X amount. And, it's a huge savings if you don't have a car. So if there was better public transportation, anybody that has a car would be saving a lot of money, and that should happen.
And I see Clint nodding too. And so thank you for that, Barbara. Thank you, Clint. Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Igor, for all sharing around this, and Christopher, my co-facilitator here. It seems this was a really rich conversation, and really, you really hit it home on why we need to recognize improving public transit for all. And so thank you. And I guess I will hand it off to Jane.
Yes, thank you, Denise. Thank you, Christopher. It was a very rich conversation. I loved it. I don't stargaze, and I'm not a name dropper, but I must let you know that I did have an occasion, more than one occasion, to meet Rosa Parks. Now I'm telling my age, but I'm glad to be alive to tell that. And I met her at the NAACP national office the first time. And the second time, the last time I saw her, and was with her, was in Chicago, and Nelson Mandela was there for our convention, and I got to see her briefly then. But we do lift up, Rose. I get chills when I think about it. I seriously do. Yeah, that's one of the people that will give me chills. Yes, indeed. We want to thank Brooke Bauer, and we want to thank Antoine Franzluber, and I messed your name up for Antoine, and the interpreters Sylvia and Melena again. If you can turn off your audio, we want to thank you once again for your time, commitment, and stories in this effort. Very powerful. We will now transition to some recorded experiences on public transit from Sally G. and Samantha Garcia. Thank you once again. We'll see you in the vineyards.
I am a bus rider. I've been living with or without a car for a good part of a decade. And the one thing I always really appreciate is that there's something that I have in case my car does break down and is unavailable to me, which happens quite a bit. I live in Buffalo, New York. I used to live in Cleveland, and in both cities, I was involved in the bus rider union groups, helping form the one in Cleveland and then helping accelerate the one here in Buffalo. The reason I value being in a bus union, being a part of one for so long, is because in both cities, and really any city that's a Rust Belt city, what happens often is people don't think about bus riders like they do about motorists. You know, when we talk about transportation and access, it's often, well, how much parking is available? And that isn't the same case for someone who doesn't have a car. And, you know, Buffalo Transit Riders United and Clevelanders for Public Transit have done so much to kind of elevate the voices of bus riders among not just the transit authorities, but also our local decision makers on where, you know, to place this new economic development project and how far is it from the nearest bus stop. We've made that center to our cause. Since this pandemic, I've heard the word pivot a lot at my local citizen advisory committee meetings with the local transit authority. Pivot. And a pivot is a great word that can mean a lot of different things for a lot of different people. Pivot is not telling bus riders to make do with less service. It's not. And people need to get that in their head. I know ridership is down. It's down 50% here in Buffalo. Does not mean that the need is any less.
Thank you, Simon.
This is Sally Jane Gillett from Woodcliff Lake, New Jersey. I'm the current chairperson of the Lackawanna Coalition and a member of New Jersey Transit's Senior Citizen and Disabled Residents Transportation Advisory Committee. I was mostly transit dependent for almost 10 years between 2006 and 2016. Relying on public transportation was not easy in suburban Bergen County, but it was possible because I live literally across the street from a train station and at the bottom of a 3rd-mile steep hill, atop which is a bus stop for a single but consistent line. That walk is expected to take just 6 minutes. For me, it's more like 20, and for some of my housemates, they simply can't make it. When I moved to Woodcliff Lake, I was working at a sheltered workshop and was able to use community paratransit to get to work and to medical appointments. In 2007, for the first time since 1934, my rail line got midday and weekend service. However, they didn't stop my stop until just a few months ago. I have the advantage of being a licensed driver with some disposable income, so I had the resources and ability to rent a car when it was important enough. In 2016, I bought a 6-year-old used Prius. Too many do not have that option, and given the expense and environmental impact of personal vehicles, we need to do better at providing public transportation so that everyone has effective mobility. Today, although sharing my own story, I am also representing the Lackawanna Coalition, which has been advocating for rail passengers in New Jersey since its founding in 1979, just months before New Jersey Transit itself was founded. It was started by passengers looking for better service, and that remains our goal, though we have expanded our area of interest to connecting services to our home Morris-Essex line. We are in a new time. The world has changed, and it's hard to know just what changes are permanent, just how much we have lost, and what we might have gained. The biggest loss, of course, is that of life and health. Frontline transit workers have been at risk along with healthcare workers due to the exposure to the public that is inherent in their work. A passenger may be on a bus for just 10 or 30 minutes. A driver faces increased risk from accumulation of many small exposures in an 8-hour day. The pandemic has shown clearly the gaps in our transit system. Shift workers, who are often unable to work from home, have always had fewer transportation options than white-collar 9-to-5 workers going into the city in the typical commuting peaks. Some transit systems are adjusting schedules to reflect the change in ridership. They're all in danger of not having enough funding. With the isolation imposed on many because of the pandemic, we saw a decrease in emissions and slightly cleaner air. a benefit that we could continue to have if we focus not on cutting pollution by putting every driver in per own electric vehicle, but by working on the first mile, last mile issue, regular frequent schedules, and rational fare structures that would enable more people to have full mobility on sustainable public transit. Switching to electric vehicles is not the sole answer. First, too much demand for electricity too soon means that we would need to generate that electricity with poison power, often generate in environmental justice communities. Second, continuing the preponderance of personal vehicles does not address the problem of traffic congestion that has eaten up so many hours for so many, caused so many fender bender accidents and worse, and contributes to isolation rather than community. We need better funding, better management, and better service. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samantha Garcia, and I'm a New Mexico Fellow with the Institute for Policy Studies. And today I want to start off by just saying how grateful I am for the opportunity to be here and to share my story with you all. And I want to thank the Labor Network for Sustainability and all the other partners who have made Transit Equity Day a possibility and who continue to inspire and who continue to push forward for to combat climate change and promote public transit as a civil right. And so I will start off by sharing my experience as a transit rider. So a few years ago, when I was working towards completing my bachelor's degree, I had a scholarship. But in order to maintain that scholarship, I had to transfer to a four-year university, which at the time was in another city from where I was living. And as a first-gen student, this meant so much to me. And had it not been for the rail runner, for the buses, the transit system of Albuquerque, New Mexico, I wouldn't have been able to attain my bachelor's degree. And like myself, I had friends and others who I would see daily take the train, do the commute from across the state to get to Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is where a lot of them came to school. And a lot of them also came here to work as well. So it has made a difference for myself, for my community, for my family, and also for, and I say tens, hundreds, thousands, but truly millions who have for so long relied on the transit system.
Happy Transit Equity Day, everyone, and happy birthday to Rosa Parks, who inspired today's events, along with many thousands of other freedom fighters for racial justice. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Simon Husted and Samantha Garcia for their recorded testimony today. This is day 2 of the community hearings on transit equity. And once again, we'll hear the personal stories of workers and community leaders who rely on public transit. I'll be your moderator, Michael Leon Guerrero. I'm the Executive Director of the Labor Network for Sustainability. At this time, I'd like to welcome our hearing facilitators for joining us today. Ozawa Benishi Albert is Yuchi and Anishinaabe and serves as the Movement Building Coordinator with the Indigenous Environmental Network. She began her organizing work with the Native Lands Toxics Campaign of Greenpeace, and she was a founding board member of the Indigenous Environmental Network, serving on the Youth Task Force of the Southern Organizing Committee. She helped create the Native American Voters Alliance and served as lead organizer and operations director. Gail Francis is strategic director of the REAMP network. She works closely with REAMP's members and action teams to help deepen their knowledge and spur action so we can equitably decarbonize the Midwest. She was previously senior associate at the Center on Wisconsin Strategy, communications director for the Teamster Rank and File Education and Legal Defense Center, and a field organizer for the United Electrical, Radio, and Machine Workers of America. I would like to remind all our presenters and facilitators to please remember to speak slowly to allow for the simultaneous interpretation, and to mute your audio when you're not speaking. I will start to notify you about the time remaining for your testimony in a couple of minutes. So let's get started with our panel. The first person we will hear from is Jonathan Smith, President of the New York Metro Area Postal Union of the American Postal Workers Union, Local 10. President Smith, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. Looking forward to hear your story and for sharing your insights. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jonathan Smith, and I am the President of New York Metro Area Postal Union, Local 10 of the American Postal Workers Union. We represent more than 5,000 members in the New York Metro area and more than 200,000 nationwide. The total postal network, which includes Mail Carriers Union and the Mail Handlers Union, represent more than 650,000 workers. We are in every state and we are in every city of the United States. Even the smallest rural community, there is a post office staffed by our members. We serve the public at the counters, process mail, deliver packages with our sister unions to make sure that every person in the United States can depend on sending letters, cards, and packages.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you please slow down for the interpreters?
All right. And be assured that they will be delivered to your doorstep or P.O. box to the recipient. As you all know, we helped preserve democracy in our last election, and we were proud to do it. Even under challenging circumstances, we processed more than 65 million ballots nationwide. It gave us a great sense of pride, proving once again, we deliver. My local represents thousands of employees throughout the city of New York, and our members live throughout the metropolitan New York City area. We work shifts that cover 24 hours of every day, and many of our members rely on the bus and train to get to work and to get to their families, and their families also rely on this service as well. If it were not for the transit in our city, we would not be able to process your mail. Because our workers would find it near impossible to get to and from work, we also would find it hard to deliver the mail, as many carriers depend on public transportation to get the mail to the communities that depend on them. Now more than ever, we deliver your stimulus checks, your unemployment checks, and hopefully soon, postal banking. During the pandemic, we all know that ridership is down. So who is taking the bus and train? Essential workers. Yes, essential workers still must get to work and back. This includes postal workers, but also healthcare workers, grocery workers, childcare providers, and more. If we respect essential workers as much as we say we do, we must fund transit so that service continues reliably, affordably, and safely. Operators, just like postal workers, must have personal protective equipment and sick and hazard pay. Bus and rail cars must be cleaned more thoroughly and more often. And my members also depend on the personal relationships they have with bus drivers and train conductors, especially those workers that work the overnight shift or get off very early in the morning. These personal relationships makes them feel safe and comfortable as they travel. Beyond the pandemic, we must fund transit, just like we must fund the Postal Service, and we must preserve democracy. Make no mistake, transit and Postal Service both serve to preserve and foster our democracy. Low-income communities, communities of colors, working class communities need transit to access jobs, healthcare, and food. They need transit as a ladder out of poverty. Voters need transit to get to polling places when they're not allowed to vote by mail. We also should electrify our passenger and school buses. If you live in New York City, you see and feel and breathe this toxic, polluted air that diesel cars and buses emit. These fumes are destroying our planet and affecting our health. Electrifying buses is an important step to cleaning our air and fostering good health, especially for the future generation. The Postal Service should be a partner in electrifying of our transportation system. There are post offices in every town and city across America. Let us install charging stations, infrastructures at post office. It would be the most cost-efficient and convenient way to cover the country. Finally, as we invest in transit, let us keep transit workers front and center. Let us make sure that transit stays public. Let us make sure that transit workers have a free and fair opportunity to join a union and engage in collective bargaining to improve their work conditions. Let us make sure we are paying transit workers wages and benefits that can sustain a family and include quality health care and a safe and prosperous retirement. This is not an entitlement, but a right that all citizens should have. The investment in transit will help local communities both in terms of providing ability to travel reliably and affordably, but also in terms of benefiting the local economy. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you so much, President Smith. Appreciate your testimony, and thank you for making those connections between the Postal Service and public transit and the importance of both to our communities. Let's go next to Amity Foster in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with the Twin City Transit Rider Union. Amity, please take yourself off mute and remember to speak slowly for the interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was beautiful. I don't know how to follow it. So good morning. My name is Amity Foster, and I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. My pronouns are she, her. I take public transit every day because I cannot drive. I have seizures that are mostly controlled, but not totally. I started taking public transit out of necessity, and that is still true, but now it has become my community. I care about the people on the bus with me. They are my people, and I am theirs. I am a different person than I was when I did drive. I am more connected to my city and to the people who live here. Like all communities, we intersect with climate change and policing and how we care for each other. My community needs 100% clean, equitable, and renewable energy. We also need safety for all who ride and operate our transit systems. When we invest in public transit, we're investing in our communities. We're literally bringing more people in, and we're making a statement about who belongs and who does not. We are hurt when our buses aren't funded, when service is cut, when fares are raised, and we are absolutely hurt by climate change. Transportation is the #1 contributor to climate change pollution in Minnesota and the entire country. Clean transportation options for everyone are a big part of the solution. Buses often run through communities already hurt by environmental racism. People who take the bus are also often from these communities. Right now, we can fund transit and we can fund clean energy. We must fund them both because if we don't, we will all lose. We also need to recognize the humanity of everyone who takes transit, that some people are in crisis and it is playing out very publicly. That's not right, and we should focus on that, not punishment. Instead of police on public transit, we need more ambassadors, people who help, not simply remove problems. Riders like me, we need the best public transit system, and we can fund it at the state level and at the federal level. It will be a system that is part of the path to 100% clean energy. We need clean transportation options that people want to use, not a system reserved for poor people or for those people, but for all of us. A safe, welcoming community that gets people where they want to be, how they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amity. So next, let's go back to New York to Zunaira Shuja from Columbia University and a member of the United Auto Workers Local 4100. So Zunaira, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Hi, thank you. My name is Zunaira Shuja. I am an associate research scientist at Columbia University in New York City. I'm also a proud member of UAW Local 4100. There is a large disparity in New York City, specifically in the outer boroughs of the city in relation to transit equity. While Manhattan has an excellent public transit system, providing convenient and reliable mass transit for residents throughout the borough, the outer boroughs face major issues with access to mass transit. In Queens, where I live, there is a public transit desert between central and eastern Queens. In this region, there are no trains available, and bus service is not particularly convenient for those of us that work in Manhattan. I live in Flushing, and I have to rely on my car for transportation to and from work due to an extremely long commute with mass transit. On a good day, it can take me between 1 to 2 hours to get to work, each way using one bus and 2 trains. However, with a car, it is a 30 to 45-minute commute, but the shorter time comes at a cost. The cost for public transit in New York City is $2.75 one way, while my commute via car is at least $20, including toll and cost of parking in a garage. I have to choose between cost and time to get to work. Unfortunately, I'm not alone in this dilemma, and many residents of the outer boroughs face a similar situation. Those living in Staten Island are even worse off, since there is no connection between the trains servicing the other 4 boroughs in Staten Island. The residents of Staten Island rely on mass transit and have to take a bus or ferry to get into Manhattan. The transit inequity in New York City often goes unaddressed, and allocation of the budget should be made to help bring reliable, affordable mass transit to all residents of New York City. It is particularly jarring during inclement weather for people who have to rely on cars like me to get to work. During the height of the storm this week on the East Coast, the roads were impassable and could not be driven on. The buses which served the transit desert in Queens, while they were in service, were not on time. And for residents of Eastern Queens who are essential employees, this situation created a dilemma where you could not get to work. And this could easily be resolved if train or subway service were extended to Eastern Queens. It is vital that New York City resolve the issue with transit equity existing in the outer boroughs of the city. By bridging the gap with extended subway and train lines, it would encourage people to live in the outer boroughs while working in Manhattan, and it would also ease much of the issues related to congestion and pollution in the city by eliminating many cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Zunaira. Next, let's go to New Jersey. Stephen Ham of Hoboken is with the Transport Workers Union of America, Local 229, and the A. Philip Randolph Institute. Mr. Ham, thank you very much for joining us today, and I'll turn it over to you. Please remember to speak slowly for the interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Hello, my name is Stephen Ham. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about a community vision for transit. My international union is the Transport Workers Union of America, and we represent over 150,000 people in the air, rail, and transit divisions nationally. I am the president of Local 229, which represents 120 people at Hudsonburg and Light Rail in Jersey City, New Jersey. I've been employed as a train operator for 21 years, and our crafts are, as I said, train operator, signal technician, electric traction, facility maintainers, facility specialists, track maintainers, track specialists, and utility workers. I am also the president of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, Hudson County, New Jersey chapter. APRI is the senior constituency group of the AFL-CIO, where we bridge the gap between labor and the community. It seems totally fitting that I am testifying on Rosa Parks' birthday about transit. Years before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus, A. Philip Randolph organized and led the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters at a time when the workforce was segregated in many sectors. His advocacy on behalf of African American workers led to the desegregation of the defense industry and the military by President Roosevelt. And he led the way for the advancement for African Americans within the labor movement. Today, APRI still fights to advance the cause of justice for African Americans, both in the workforce and in the community at large. As a leader in my union and in APRI, I know that transit is a civil rights issue and a workers' right issue, and that's what I want to speak to you about today. Like food and housing, transit should be a right, and transit should be a public good that is available for everyone. But our transit system needs improvement. Even before the pandemic, rail lines were old and in need of upgrade. We need to expand transit if we want to address the racial disparities that we know exist in our country today. For low-income communities and communities of color, owning a car is often out of reach. And without a car, finding job opportunities is a struggle. Getting to and from jobs that pay decent wages, benefits, and supporting a family is even harder. It doesn't have to be this way. By investing in affordable, reliable transit, we provide opportunities for all residents to access good jobs, healthcare, education, places of worship, and recreation. We provide people, we provide working people the ability to thrive and prosper. Public transportation takes away some of the obstacles that keep certain neighborhoods poor. And at the same time, we address a huge source of pollution problems from automobiles. Passenger rail systems take cars off the roads. Another reason transit is a civil rights issue is that transit jobs are generally good jobs. They are generally union jobs. 100 years ago, A. Philip Randolph knew that for African American workers and for all workers, the only way to earn a decent standard living, the only way to earn a decent standard of living was to organize a union. Today, TWU bargains for tens of thousands of workers who now enjoy health care, retirement security, a grievance procedure, and more. TWU members live in the communities where they work, and their tax dollars help build good schools, libraries, parks, and pay for police and firefighters. Transit jobs create opportunities for residents of their communities. These aren't jobs that can be shipped overseas. By investing in transit, we can
about 1
also
minute.
by
Sorry.
by investing in transit, we can also address the racial disparities that plague our country. If we promote unions and collective bargaining, we can address economic inequality. The vision I have for our communities is one where all people can easily, reliably, and affordably travel where they want to go. My other vision is that working people should be free to form a union and engage in collective bargaining to improve their working conditions and wages. If we work together, both visions can be a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Ham. Our last presenter for this panel is Karlah Burton from Greensboro, North Carolina, with United Methodist Women. Karlah, thank you very much for joining us today. Please take yourself off mute and remember to speak slowly for the interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Karlah Yvonne Burton. I am a Christian. I am a member of United Methodist Women, Mission Coordinator for Social Action, St. Matthew's, United Methodist Church, Greensboro, North Carolina, a United Methodist Earthkeeper, and chairperson of our Creation Care Ministry. Originally from Knoxville, Tennessee, I can appreciate the beauty of the parks, the mountains, and beaches in our area. I am also an avid swimmer, so I spend a great deal of time outdoors, especially in the summertime. Today, I want to talk about the environmental impact of mass transit and equal access. Climate change is not an impossible obstacle to overcome. As a member of United Methodist Women, one of our 2021 to 2024 mission priorities is climate justice, which incorporates both aspects of today's topic. As a student in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, from 2014 to 2017, I rode a parked Piedmont Authority for Regional Transportation bus between Greensboro and Winston-Salem, North Carolina, in addition to utilizing the local bus system in each city. Usually, passengers were male, commuting to work or school, and predominantly people of color. One hurdle during my time as a regular commuter was access. A typical morning walk to catch a Greensboro city bus was 30 to 40 minutes. From the downtown bus depot, I was able to switch to a park bus that would take me directly to Winston-Salem, where a Winston-Salem Transit Authority or WISTA bus would get me to school with a total morning travel time of about 2.5 hours each day. This may not be feasible, however, for people who have mobility issues. For example, the total travel time for getting around or going to school may be significantly increased. Where there are discriminatory attitudes, decision making regarding regarding equal access is a very serious issue. I was thankful to have reliable transportation, although the park bus fleet does not currently have any environment friendly vehicles. The city of Greensboro now uses several electric battery rechargeable vehicles. I am not aware of any currently being used by WISTA. Quality of life for all residents in the Triad, North Carolina, stands to be improved with the addition of non fossil fuel energy source vehicles, given the reduction in carbon dioxide emissions and use of an alternative fuel energy source. Only a small percentage of the world's population in sustained action is required to make a difference in the trend of climate change. Increasing awareness and accessibility may too result in more residents opting to commute via mass transit, another simple way to lower greenhouse emissions and combat global warming. We need to be more personally accountable in Christ. We need more alternative fuel source vehicles. Thank you, and I want you to know that addressing this issue will make a big difference in the lives and health of our local residents by lessening air pollution and by helping to preserve and love our world.
Thank you so much, Karlah. And thank you to all of our panelists for your wonderful testimonies and providing different perspectives on the importance of public transit in your lives and the lives of many others. So let's open it up for question and answer. Again, I want to introduce our hearing facilitators, Ozawa Benishi Albert in Oklahoma, and Gail Francis in Chicago, Illinois. So Benishi, why don't we start with you? Do you have any questions for any of our panelists?
Yes, I heard a number of folks mention this, but I will probably call on maybe Amity or Karlah. Do you think that the way that the buses are now may be contributing to health problems in the community in terms of the fuel and pollution?
Yes, I'd like to answer that. I returned to school in I think 2011 and started to learn about climate change and global warming too. So I'm not an expert, but the obvious answer would be that the lower carbon dioxide emissions that go out into the atmosphere, the less health issues that might be associated, such as, I don't know, lung problems and asthma and things like that would tend to be lessened, I would think. So that would be an easy answer.
Thank you.
I think Karlah got it.
Thank you for that, Benishi. And Gail, do you have any questions for our panelists?
Yeah, thank you all so much for sharing these amazing testimonies. My question, I think, will be for Stephen probably. You know, in your experience with the A. Philip Randolph Institute and bridging that labor and community work that you're doing, what are some of the key things that you think it's important in general for community groups to know about labor groups, particularly transit groups, transit union groups? And then sort of in the flip side, what do you think it's really important for labor groups to understand about community groups, especially those that are working for transit?
Very good question. Well, one, the first answer to your question would be the community is made up of labor. First, you need to know who your labor friends are in your community. You know, we have folks that live on blocks that don't, you know, that just don't know that they're either union brothers or sisters, or even in community organizations. And you have some organizations whom they just basically have a center circle where they don't expand out. So you should use all your resources. I think each community, the community should have all of their groups should merge at some point or bring something to the table to help the cause for another organization. I'm sorry. And the second question you asked for?
Well, your answer actually sort of does encapsulate both. I was kind of wondering, you know, what do labor groups need to know about community groups, and what do community groups need to know about labor? But maybe just touch a little bit more on what do you think labor needs to understand about community groups?
Okay. Well, as far as community groups, I think labor understand. I just think that, you know, they have to put in so much time at work and things like that, so they just don't get involved in that. You know, if you're putting in 50, 60 hours a week, the last thing some folks want to do is go to a community meeting. But, you know, you have to do it. You should know what's going on within your community, because the community could be wanting to support, you know, the labor movement. But if you don't go out and let them know that they need, that the support is needed, then, you know, then that just falls by the wayside again.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Gail, and thank you again, President Ham. Benishi, back to you. Anything else you'd like to ask?
Yeah, I know Jonathan had mentioned this, and maybe others too have some thinking about it. But I wanted to know, within transit, I've been thinking about your testimony and the health and safety of essential workers, and also that transit workers are essential workers, and thinking about, you know, what is it that we need to know and understand about the health and safety of transit workers in this time that we're in of COVID. Yeah, that was for Jonathan, unless others have some thinking about it too.
I was still processing on I kind of had to catch myself. I wanted to jump in on that previous question about the community and the labor group. But to answer your question, in the beginning of this pandemic, from when it started in earnest, I would say about March, the public needs to understand, when we became essential workers, we understood the risk that we were being asked to take. But there's a difference between taking a risk and committing suicide. When you don't provide us the protective gear, the mask, the gloves, the sanitizer, then you're not asking us to take a risk. You're asking us to commit suicide. And as we do a better job of educating the community, and that's what happened. It was a poor job of educating. No one knew how the virus was contracted and stuff like that, because I don't think my members are as afraid of contracting the virus. They're afraid of affecting somebody else. They're afraid of the effect that it'll have on their family. They're afraid to take it home to their children. See, people talk about the virus, but they don't talk about the underlying conditions, the stress, the anxiety. All these things affect you at work. So when you have to communicate with the community, they got to understand we all are in this together. And you have people that want to ride the trains and they want to fight for their constitutional right not to wear a mask. Well, you can't have a constitutional right to risk my life because of how you feel. So I think it's very important to recognize that we are essential workers and we're being asked, and everything goes by statistics. The statistics go up a lot higher the more people you are forced to be around. And when you're working in the transit and when you're working in the post office, you are forced to be around a lot of people every day, which raises your risk to contracting the virus. And that's why it's important. I'm lobbying Capitol Hill every day about hazard pay and stuff like that, because people should be compensated for taking these risks.
Thank you very much, President Smith. Gail, I'm going back to you.
Great. And Jonathan, I would say feel free to go ahead and answer that question that I asked Stephen as well. Would love to hear your response.
Here, I was wanting to jump in there, but I said my brother Ham was handling it. I think, and I have to be honest, sometimes you have to be honest, We as a labor movement have done a poor job in educating these new workers about the history of the labor movement, because the labor movement was the creation of the middle class. The labor movement was what gave people an opportunity to be a part of the American dream. In the Postal Service, for instance, when everybody was gone to the Vietnam War, then what ran the Postal Service, a lot of people don't know, were women. Because this is how women came into the Postal Service, where they were denied before. And a lot of minorities, Black and brown people, got an opportunity to work in the Postal Service that they didn't have before the Vietnam War. So they have to realize that as labor goes, it's a sign of how strong the middle class is. And right now, it's hard for me to believe that a middle class exists. Now, when you get to the community groups is about letting them know what you can do for them. Letting them know, like the elderly, it's important. They don't have all the options to travel back and forth. That's why I'm promoting something in the Postal Service called postal banking, because these predators are coming into these communities with these payday loans, these check cashing places, and they're robbing the community of their money. You have a post office in every city that would be able to protect the community and give a service to the community. And that's a perfect example of how the community group and the labor group to work together for the benefit of both parties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I would like to add
Preach,
something.
brother, preach.
This is Karlah here in Greensboro. What I feel like that we're not focusing enough on is the environmental impact when it comes to mass transit. Like I was saying, here in Greensboro, we have a couple of the rechargeable electric buses. And so every little bit helps. The essential workers are being exposed because they're to COVID because they're having to use mass transit. But the long range issue would be the amount of carbon dioxide emissions that are going out in the atmosphere, which have other kinds of health risks associated. And so I think that one angle that we should really pay attention to is how we could lobby and get our politicians, local governments to start implementing sources of mass transit that don't use the traditional greenhouse gas or fossil fuel sources and consider electric or hybrid or any sort of alternative fuel source, because while we're dealing with COVID-19, in the long run, we're going to run into health issues related to a dirty atmosphere and so forth. And I think that that's what I would like to emphasize most today. While there are issues with discrimination and racism when it comes to mass transit, as a people, we need to be more concerned about the fate of our world.
Thank you very much, Karlah, for that. And unfortunately, folks, we are out of time for this panel. There's so much more that we can get into with everything that you presented. Benicia also pointed out, and we didn't have time to talk more about transit in rural communities. And I know, Karlah, that's something that you were speaking to, but something I think we definitely need to dig into more in the future. So I first want to thank our amazing panel, President Jonathan Smith in New York, Amity Foster in Minneapolis, Zunaira Shuja from New York, President Stephen Ham in Hoboken, New Jersey, and Karlah Burton in Greensboro, North Carolina. I'd also again like to thank our hearing facilitators, Benicia Albert and Gail Francis. Thank you everybody for a tremendous panel. And please, for our audience, stay with us throughout the rest of the day. We have a tremendous program, a couple of more panels that are coming up, and then also closing with the American Federation of Teachers and President Randi Weingarten. Thank you very much for joining us, and stay tuned for the next segment. And now we'll hear the recorded experience of Lucy Delgado, followed by a recorded testimony and in the form of a song by Ileana Stampur. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lucy Delgaudio. I'm a U.S. Army veteran and veteran advocate. It's time to start talking about the changing transportation needs for veterans. A June 2020 report released by the Census Bureau showed that while the overall number of veterans is declining nationwide, there are changes happening in our demographic makeup in our communities that change the way we look at transportation needs and transportation insecurity. Compared to the previous cohorts of veterans, the incoming generation of veterans is more diverse in gender orientation, sexual orientation, racial identity, and is more likely to have disabilities related to their service. I repeat, it's time to start talking about the changing transportation needs of the veteran community. To further understand the needs of the community, we look at studies done at Rutgers University that found that working age veterans with disabilities face a multitude of issues when they seek to rejoin civilian life. They must secure housing and employment while coping with healthcare concerns that usually carry one or more disabilities. This is made increasingly difficult when you are most likely to be a single parent, when you are facing systemic injustices every day, when you're solely focused on providing the bare minimum for yourself and your family. Access to transportation, particularly public transportation and paratransit options, is truly a linchpin that impacts veterans' ability to meet the diverse needs successfully, and too often issues are not adequately considered in the standard veteran integration plan. More than 21 million veterans live in the United States. Of those, 2.2 million are women veterans, 5.5 are veterans of color, and 25% of them describe themselves as living with a disability. New evidence suggests that these figures may undercount, particularly among veterans of recent military conflicts, like those in Iraq and Afghanistan. As of 2014, approximately 3 million veterans who lived in rural areas or in tribal lands across the country will enroll in the VA healthcare system. In order to access VA services, these veterans have to travel long distances, many for many hours, from their rural homes to the nearest VA hospital or clinic or facility that has the services or equipment needed to assist them. Longer distances to healthcare facilities in rural areas also mean veterans may not have immediate access to type of healthcare providers and including specialists. While there are services that are dedicated for veterans to focus on transportation, to provide transportation for the veterans at no cost, and to employment trainings and other educational programs through organizations like the Disabled American Veterans or the Veteran Transportation and Community Living Initiative, the reality is that most communities don't have these types of programs available. VA mobility managers exist to coordinate transportation services for the different populations and have been used to meet the health and transit needs of the veterans. But again, access to these providers are limited. Transit and veterans need to be designed with intention. Looking at the greatest disparities veterans experience while trying to access transportation, with special attention paid to who is experiencing these barriers. Infrastructures must be expanded in both urban, under-resourced communities, as well as rural and tribal communities who experience the unique set of disparities. Funding must be available at not just the national level, but at the state, regional, and local level. Every state looks completely different when it comes to the landscape, transit utilization, transit accessibility, and veteran community. Together, we can create a transportation system designed to meet the unique needs of those who served our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Lucy, and for spotlighting this really critical issue. So you particularly brought up the concerns of veterans in rural and tribal areas, and how long they have to travel just to access healthcare. and the lack of transportation options for them.
Yeah, it's a disparity because we have so many veterans. Again, we have 3 million veterans that are identified in rural and tribal communities that live in these communities that don't have accessibility to transit. It takes them hours upon hours to get just to their appointment and then hours to get back home. We've had instances where veterans have traveled 3 hours just for a half an hour appointment. And again, it shouldn't happen. We have to do better by getting more transportation hubs to veterans in these communities.
Mm-hmm. And I guess my follow-up question was, does this lack of transportation also become an added cost? Meaning, are they paying more out of pocket to be able to, let's say, get some kind of Uber service or something to go to their medical appointment instead of the public transportation they could have had?
Absolutely. We've had instances where you have to take either a Lyft or an Uber to get to where the transportation hub is, and then they have to pay that out of pocket. As we know, there's no type of reimbursement service that does that, but private institutions like Lyft have been able to provide veterans with free resources, and they have worked with organizations like the Minority Veterans of America that they have provided free Lyft services for veterans who need to get to their appointments.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lucy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Lauren, do you?
Welcome back. Again, my name is Jane English. I'm a program manager with the NAACP. This afternoon, we will be joined by 5 more testifiers hailing from across the country to share their testimonies and experiences with public transit. I will be joined by Danny Sigwalt, Co-Executive Director of PowerShift Network, and Basaf Sen, Climate Justice Project Director at Institute for Policy Studies. Welcome, Danny and Basaf. Okay, our first testifier this afternoon, we'd like to welcome Jovanka. Jovanka, thank you so much for sharing. We will welcome you from Berkeley, California. Thank you. Please proceed.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for just the invitation to participate in this really exciting event. As I mentioned, she mentioned, my name is Jovanka Beckles, and I was recently elected to the AC Transit Board. I ran on a platform to make public transit fare free because I believe that transportation justice is achievable. In my work as a children's mental health provider, I've seen the struggles of family who have to decide between eating or paying rent, eating or making it to their mental health or their medical appointments, eating or getting to school. And so that's what really motivated me to be a part of this movement for transit equity, because I believe that, we do it, we have it within our means. AC Transit is the East-based public bus system, for those who may not know. Prior to being elected, I was a community organizer, a city council member in the city of Richmond, California, and a transit activist. I'm very excited to be able to have this conversation today on Transit Equity Day in the middle of Black History Month. But I also want to remind us that as we celebrate Black history, which is American history, we can honor Rosa Parks and the struggles and the movement that she helped ignite by demanding public officials increase support for public transit. Last summer, we saw an explosion of Black activism sparked by the murders of Black people at the hands of law enforcement. Millions of multiracial, working class people took to the streets to say their names. George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Oscar Grant, and so many more. But this movement, the activism that makes it possible and the oppression that makes it necessary, didn't suddenly manifest overnight. It took years of organizing by Black grassroots activists to bring this to fruition, to bring this about. This sort of Black activism has a long history of intersecting with transit rights activism. From the Freedom Riders to the Montgomery bus boycotts and Rosa Parks, Black organizers have seen transit justice as a key part of the struggle for civil rights and justice for all. I believe that this struggle carries on to this day, and that transit systems offer it offers us a unique way to restructure society in a way that addresses historical inequities in our society, particularly those that deal with the Black community. More specifically today in the East Bay, the AC Transit bus system is an essential tool in the Black community. AC Transit has a ridership that is 1/3 Black folk. The Amalgamated Transit Union, local ATU, local 192, which represents the AC Transit bus drivers and mechanics, is overwhelmingly Black. More than any other folk in the Bay Area, Black folk, we rely on AC Transit as a way to get around and as a source of stable, well-paying union jobs. People who ride the bus don't need to tell me, need me rather to tell them that the public bus service is a basic necessity. Members of our community use the bus to get around. They get around to get to school, to get to work, to shop for groceries, to attend medical appointments, to go see their doctors, and to visit their friends and family. Lower income people are especially likely to rely on the bus. 65% of weekday riders come from low income households. So this is why we must treat public transit like a human right and get rid of fares permanently. We have to make a quicker transition to a zero emission bus fleet. We need to implement a Green New Deal for the East Bay so that we can take back our wealth from corporations and the ultra rich and invest that into public services, into public union jobs. And I'm ready to do that, starting with transit. So we need to just continue to build our movement to put massive public pressure on local, state legislatures I mentioned
Jovanka,
before. Yes.
we are at time. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for lifting up Rosa Parks. And yes, Black lives do matter. And thank you for lifting up the struggle for the new mass movement. And it was led by younger people. I mean,
Yes,
seriously, that was really
absolutely.
wonderful. That just gave me hope. So thank you. Please turn off your audio. And Ryan, if you could please turn on your audio. I'd like to welcome Ryan Pollock Austin, Texas. Ryan, thank you so much for being with us today. Please proceed.
Thank you, Jane. Very happy to be a part of this. My name is Ryan Pollock, and I'm an electrician turned organizer at IBEW Local 520 in Austin, Texas. When I was asked to testify by my friend Joshua, I immediately started spouting off about my experiences. So while there's a lot I have to say, we're all working people here and we all have things to do. So I can't keep you for too long. Following Jovanka, I'm very jealous of the Bay Area's transit. I've spent some time out there and I've experienced it myself. It works. So at least a lot more than it does out here. I really wish we could achieve something like that here. So I moved to Austin from Richmond, Virginia in the summer of 2007. Shortly after moving here, I had a very minor car accident that hit a sweet spot on my 98 Jetta, just totaling it. It was a really minor accident, but I figured at the time, no big deal. I live in a city. I can get around on a bicycle and mass transit. I did that in Richmond, Virginia. I didn't really use the bus there. It turns out the bus was pretty worthless there too. But I could get around on a bicycle. It's a bit different in Austin. There's a lot of hills. It's hot in Texas. And I'll get back to that in a bit. But I quickly discovered that our public transit was lacking. It was unreliable. Didn't come very often. If it showed up at all, I had to drop a couple of classes that I was taking at the time because the bus would come by. It would just be full, so it would just keep going. And I'd show up late, class after class, and my instructor at the time told me that I needed to just drop the class. So that wasn't working out too well. Also, in the more working class neighborhoods, we didn't have very good bus stops. Like I said, this is Texas. It's hot. And a lot of our bus stops were just a slab with a sign on it. And the buses, you'd have to show up 15 minutes before it was scheduled for a bus that could come as late as 15 minutes after. So you're standing out there for a half hour to catch your bus, just in the sun, in the Texas heat, sweating by the time you show up anywhere. It's terrible. Only now lately, as the city has grown, have we started investing in some better bus stops, because it used to be only the bus stops downtown where all the business people and tourists had at least covering, and buses that you could count on. It's through experiencing the transit here as Austin has grown that I really started learning about, becoming class conscious and seeing the stark contrast of where this city invests. When I first moved here, we were a small city known for our food and music and all that, barbecue, tacos. But as Texas and Travis County and the city of Austin wanted to become the next Silicon Valley, and they gave all these tax incentives to all these businesses to move here, our city started growing, and we started getting a lot of high-paying jobs that mostly didn't go to the existing residents. So my cheap rent became more and more expensive, and I got pushed out farther and farther from the center of the city, as rent just kept increasing. Now I'm way on the edge, where I used to be more central and everything was accessible, and I could get to the nightlife, I could get to the grocery store on my bicycle, and it wasn't a huge hassle. And then I've seen how these enclaves, these walkable enclaves like downtown and the Domain have popped up, where all these new wealthy newcomers can just walk to everything and they don't have to invest in public transit. We got a new library downtown that's pretty much inaccessible to most of Austin's working class. It's state of the art, and the people who need it the most can't get to it because it's such a hassle to get downtown. And only now that most of our residents have been pushed to the outskirts of the city, or even if they can even afford the city at all, have the residents finally decided to invest billions of dollars in rail lines and all that. So it just, you can tell who a city truly cares about by looking at their public transit. And that's what we're fighting to change here. Losing the battle for public transit is losing the war for the working class.
Thank you, Ryan Pollock. We really appreciate you taking the time to testify today, and that was really wonderful and powerful testimony. Wow. Again, thank you. We now have with us, we'll transition to Stan Jones of San Francisco, California. Stan, thank you for being here today. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. My name is Stan, and I represent the Transport Workers Union of America, Local 320, which was recently chartered in November of last year. Our local is somewhat unique because we're not based in just one city. We are national, but we work in one particular, somewhat smaller, but growing transit industry, bike share. The model of bike share in the United States really began in New York City when City Bike launched in 2013. Since then, many other cities across the country developed their own programs and began systems in Chicago, Washington, D.C., Boston, Detroit, Portland, and San Francisco, all unionized, with the exception of Detroit, but we're working on that. Bike share is an unsung hero for many Americans, offering a newer option for the last mile. And unfortunately, I've heard a lot of testimony during this conference about waiting for buses or not enough bus routes. The stops are too far away, or there isn't a bus stop. It's just a slab of concrete, as Ryan just said. With bike share, you never have to wait for a bike. The rider controls the route, and sometimes, often, many times, it's cheaper and it's exercise. Perhaps most importantly, though, especially during this pandemic, became an option for many folks who may have never considered it, with many buses and trains sidelined. Bike share was there. Apart from walking, bike share is the best socially distanced form of travel available. And since the pandemic, myself and my fellow union brothers and sisters have been routinely cleaning and disinfecting all bikes, along with our maintenance and transport vehicles and workstations. All our workers always wear masks and gloves when handling any bikes that go out into the community. And about those workers, today Local 320 has almost 700 union members across the country, and just this week, we are holding our very first national election for president and executive vice president. This is a very important, exciting time for our local because we understand the significant role that bike share plays as a newer micro-mobility option for millions of Americans, coupled with good, decent wage, green union jobs. Most of our members are entry-level employees, people of color from low-resource communities, former veterans, and folks impacted by the criminal justice system. Historically, these groups have been marginalized and forgotten in the workforce, and often jump from low-paying job to low-paying job. This constant migration from one job to another is often the result of poor working conditions, deplorable treatment by their bosses and management, low wages, unsafe facilities, and no path to long-term growth or success. Local 320 has fought back against these elements of the low-skilled job carousel, demanding higher wages, safer facilities, structured training programs, equitable paths to cross-training and promotions, better vacation and sick time policies, and most importantly, union representation and a grievance process that legally and contractually compels management to treat all members professionally and protect them from wrongful termination and disparate treatment. And during the pandemic, we were able to secure no layoffs and no pay cuts, and actually received our contractually obligated pay raises. So what can policymakers do? As state and local governments pursue projects to address climate change, they should use their powers in a way that develops and protects sustainable systems of micromobility, delivers value for taxpayers, and benefits working people. No one can deny that the need to address climate change is clear and urgent. Local 320 has worked tirelessly with our employer and partners to bring about policies that positively offset climate change. Solar panels on docking stations to power kiosks, solar panels and baskets to power front and rear bike lighting, and compact and more fuel-efficient transport and maintenance vans. As treasurer over the next 3 years, I commit to help draft policy that requests of our employer lighting in our workshops be changed to LED, research into the use of electric or hybrid transport vehicles, using battery suppliers that engage in sustainable and fair trade lithium extraction, and battery charging during off-peak hours. Climate policies also present an opportunity to create high-quality union jobs and make the economy more equitable for people of color, women, and other disadvantaged groups. Bike shares, bike share in most cities is often operated by private companies who benefit from long-term exclusivity contracts. Local governments need to require those companies to adhere to wage and benefit standards that will provide full-time employment to their workers and deliver a quality service to the community, especially with those with little to no access. Many people can attest to other forms of micromobility that employ independent contractors, scooters strewn about the sidewalk,
Dan,
malfunction.
excuse
Yeah.
me, I missed it, but the interpreters really want you to slow down. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Please proceed.
I'm just going to wrap up. Local contracts written with teeth, ensuring full-time employment and union-friendly language, ensure a better experience for the rider and the worker, and help to offset our carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I lost sight of the interpreter's instructions. Please forgive me. It's critical that we speak slower, because otherwise we will not get the important testimony in the record that we're trying to achieve, okay? But thank you so much, Stan Jones. That was remarkable and a powerful message. Next, we'd like to bring to testifier Luke Johnson. Luke Johnson, excuse me, hails from New Haven, Connecticut. Luke, welcome. Please turn on your audio.
Hello. Hi, I'm Luke Johnson. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a graduate student in computer science and a steward for the UAW GEU Local 6950. I love biking to my rock gym with my partner, Jamie, and coming back home to make some pizza. But what I'm here to talk to you today about is how public transportation needs to be more reliable, just flat out. I moved to Connecticut in 2017, and I lived in Mansfield Center, Connecticut, which is a tiny town 6 miles south of Storrs, where the University of Connecticut is. And I had to take a rural bus service to and from campus as my primary transportation method. On a good day, the bus wasn't very frequent. At peak times, it was an hour between buses, and off-peak times would be about 2 hours. And what that does is it really serves to punish you for being a little bit late. If you end up being 2 or 3 minutes late to a bus stop, you then are 90 to 120 minutes late to your meeting. And that's not good. On your not so average day, whether the weather is really bad or it's a holiday or there was an accident on the only road from where I lived to campus, the bus service would become completely unreliable for the entire rest of the day. I can remember spending 90 minutes waiting outside for a bus with no notification that it was running late, only to have it arrive, be full of people, and have to wait for the next one. So it didn't meet my needs in the worst circumstances or the best. It didn't even run on Sundays. It didn't do it for me. I moved to New Haven a couple years later with my partner, Jamie. She was starting a new job. And now I take the train from New Haven to Hartford, and then I take a bus from Hartford to Storrs. And so I spend about 2.5 hours each way going to and from my job. And this works out pretty well because my partner, who has to go to work more frequently than I do, she gets to walk to work. And so we came to this agreement. But once again, communication and reliability are inadequate, to be honest. The train will sometimes be 45 minutes late with no explanation, even though there's a Twitter set up specifically to track the Hartford line. I have had trains break down on me while I'm on the track. We have to wait for an hour, and then people have to be literally carried from train to train on the tracks. I think that in general, public transportation needs to be an option that the public wants to take. And that's just not the case right now in Connecticut, at least. I am envious of places that have incredible transportation, underground systems, all of that is great. But in a lot of America, that's not a feasible option. And so I think we need to invest more in public transit that can reach everyone. Investing as a society in public transportation has so many benefits, I can't even think about them all, right? We can reduce carbon emissions. We can reclaim hours of our days spent behind the wheel. We can feel less stress about being late in bumper to bumper traffic. We can meet our neighbors on the bus and make connections with our community. We can enjoy looking out the window of a train at a lake. There are so many things that you can do to make your life better by taking public transit and by driving less. And I want that to be an option that people are interested in doing. As a public, we can work together to make transportation systems that work for us all. The people on the margins of society should not be punished for being 3 minutes late to their bus stop, right? We need public transit, and we need public transit that's reliable, frequent, and has good communication. I know that my life personally would be improved if we had better communication or reliability or frequency. And so if we can come together to get all of those things, just imagine how much you might want to ride the bus. Thank you.
Luke, thank you so much. It was great to hear you, and it's great to get your testimony in the record. It's a very powerful message. Yes, this has really been, we want to thank Luke, and we want to thank all of the other testifiers. We hear you, we celebrate you. We now open the floor for 10 minutes of questions and answers. The facilitators will join the conversation to moderate this portion. Vasav and Danny, please proceed.
Thanks, Jane. If you're great, thanks, Vasav. One of the things that I really appreciate about the Transit Equity Day is the intersectionality of the approach and understanding the way that transit impacts racial justice and climate justice and housing. Ryan, I really resonated with what you were saying about the way that gentrification is impacting folks' accessibility to public transportation. And I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more to that, because there's a cultural push towards people living in walkable communities, which is fantastic and very important. But I'm also seeing that it's the walkable communities that are being impacted or marketed to people with resources, and that's becoming a class issue. And then ironically, those are the folks who would be able to have access to private transportation, cars, and whatever else. The folks who are then getting pushed out of walkable communities are being pushed out to the suburbs and exurbs. Just would love to hear folks' thoughts about that and how you're seeing that play out in your own communities. And if you could speak to the racial or like class implications to that gentrification and transit, I'd appreciate it.
Do you want me to start? Yeah, so what I'm seeing is, we've got working class people, especially in working service sector jobs, a lot of which are downtown. And downtown is getting more and more difficult for people to get to as traffic gets worse, as their options to get downtown decrease. Like you said, walkability is good, and getting rid of parking spaces as we move to more density, it should be a good thing. But when all of these working people are pushed further and further out, and they don't have access in their daily lives to this walkable neighborhood, they have to drive somewhere. And so now they have nowhere to park, or they have to park way outside and take our unreliable buses. I remember the last time I tried to take the bus, I was trying to testify at the Capitol. I could see the Capitol. It was like a mile and a half away. It took me 2 hours to get there. I missed my testimony. That was the last time I took our bus. It's awful. But like, where do they think this trend is going to end? It can't perpetuate forever, because where are working people going to go? Eventually, nobody's going to want to take out your garbage. Nobody's going to want to serve you your food because it's too expensive. It doesn't make sense. I'll let somebody else go.
If you don't mind, may I take, oh, okay, someone is suggesting, Ryan McGraw joined us. We would like to welcome him. We are in the Q&A section of today's proceedings. So I think if you perhaps would like to be asked a question, and maybe Basfa, if you could handle that, it would be great.
Sure. Ryan, sorry you couldn't join us earlier, but just wanted to ask you why transit is important to you. If you can share that in a brief reply. Thanks.
Hi, I am sorry I didn't join you earlier. I'm actually in the central time zone, and I know it said 12:20 and I didn't account for the time difference. So I was gonna testify on paratransit. So can I go ahead with that, please?
Jane, I'll leave it to your discretion as to how long Ryan can go for. Jane, I think you're muted. Yeah, 1 second.
I'm sorry, thank you. One more minute from Ryan, and then we will have 6 minutes, or let's see, it suggested that 3 more minutes for Ryan, and then we'll have 4 minutes for the remaining Q&A. And I think that will accommodate everyone's interest and knowledge base here today. Ryan, welcome, and please proceed. Thank you so much for being here.
Sorry I'm late again.
It's just fine. You are where you are supposed to be. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am the healthcare community organizer at Access Living in Chicago and have been an organizer and self-advocate around the issues of paratransit for the past several years. First of all, I would like to address the diminishing number of bus routes in the Chicago suburbs. Not only does this affect people, regular riders of transit, it affects paratransit too, because paratransit rides only take place a quarter mile from regular bus routes. So eliminating regular bus routes and transit routes also decreases paratransit services. And second of all, like many cities across the US, Chicago and its surrounding suburbs face many issues with its paratransit system. Late rides that make you late for your appointments, having indirect routes to your destination, thus you are on paratransit from hours, lack of paratransit driver training, among others. We applaud PACE, the paratransit provider for the city of Chicago and its surrounding counties for taking steps to remedy these issues. Some of the steps they have taken is updating the route scheduler, which will hopefully result in on-time improvement. The system also allows riders to see where their vehicle is, much like the systems offered by rideshare companies. It may also offer some benefits for trip scheduling for riders with internet access. This was one of the pre-pandemic demands of riders had making for years.
Ryan, thank you so much. We would now go back to question and answer Q&A, but we want to thank you for your powerful testimony, and we're so glad you were able to get on the record today. Please stay with us, and I'm going to hand it off to Basaf, please.
Hi, yes. Thank you, Jane, and thank you to all of you for sharing your very powerful testimony. I have a follow-up question for you, Stan. I'm just curious, and I think a lot of listeners would want to know. So bike share is a relatively new industry.
Correct.
And as everyone knows, the rate of union representation in the private sector has been declining, and organizing a union is extremely difficult because of our labor laws in the United States today. So first of all, I want to congratulate TWU on organizing bike share workers. And also I'm curious to know what led to success in your campaign. How did you win a union for bike share workers?
Well, I have to give credit to City Bike and the bike share workers there. They really blazed the trail for the rest of the cities. They were dealing with some pretty deplorable conditions, disparate pay. Pay scales were all over the place. And they actually benefited from Local 100, which is another transit operator union. 100 represents, the drivers for buses and subways. And there was a strong grassroots campaign there in New York. They got involved with Local 100, and for the longest time, all the cities were part of Local 100 based out of New York. We finally reached a level of buy-in and engagement from all the cities across the country where we were able to have the numbers significant enough where we could actually get our own local. But it was really around the want of people to have better wages, better benefits, and greater protections. And it's easy to organize a union when management is terrible, which it was for a lot of folks, unfortunately. But it led to something good. And when we hear about other bike shares in other cities, we reach out, and sometimes they reach out to us, and it's become a very strong network, even though we're so far away from each other.
Thank you, Stan. And Danny, do you have any more questions?
No, I think that Jane was saying something about wrapping up, or maybe that was Kayla.
Well, yes, our the production workers will not be nice to me if we don't wrap it up. We have a tight timeline. And so we want to thank everyone for your wonderful testimony and your time. Your engagement this afternoon was so appreciated. You are part of this national conversation, and you showed up and showed out. And we want to thank you. We will now transition to a recorded experience on public transit from Crystal Greenberg. Thank you, everyone. Please mute, and we'll see you in the vineyards. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Greenberg, and I'm a nurse in Baltimore City. I work both in a community home hospice setting and in community substance use treatment settings in Baltimore City. Today, I want to talk about how patients regularly have to navigate Baltimore's lack of adequate public transportation and how this negatively affects the health outcomes of our community members. Ability to access and use transit is directly tied to their health and empowerment. We regularly see a direct correlation between a patient's ability to access food or medicine by whether or not they have access to useful and accessible transit options. Baltimore is a city made up of neighborhoods. Many of these neighborhoods are highly segregated and neglected by the city with years of racist policies and redlining, causing food deserts and community isolation due to lack of equitable transit options. This issue is further exacerbated by our lack of pedestrian and bike-friendly movement around the city. The public transportation that is available is unreliable, difficult to navigate, time-consuming, and expensive. These factors deter vulnerable and already burdened communities from engaging with these systems, which often effectively traps them in their neighborhoods, leaving them with potentially limited options for groceries or prepared foods, as well as access to other important community resources like medicine or healthcare professionals. Equitable transit, food security, and access to needed community resources are all linked and should be addressed together as we work to disrupt these racist systems. These issues appear daily in my role as a community health nurse. I work with my patients to understand and navigate the challenges they face in order to remain healthy and prevent future health concerns. Two of the main challenges patients face are 1, access to a variety of nourishing food options, and 2, the lack of transit in order to freely move about the city to access resources. The first issue, access to healthy food, is vital as it can help to serve as preventative health care and improved quality of life, and is completely tied to access to transportation. When people only have access to food sold in corner stores and gas stations, instead of having easily accessible grocery stores or markets, their options are usually limited to snack foods and processed meals. This can contribute to chronic disease and other health and wellness concerns. We see evidence of this when working with our patients who are stuck geographically in areas without equitable transit and food. And many have much higher levels of hypertension, diabetes, high cholesterol, and other chronic diseases than found in populations with easy access to a wide variety of food options or the ability to get to them. The second issue, and the reason we're here today, lack of transportation, is the underpinning of inequality in access. Members of our community who live in neighborhoods lacking resources are also then unable to reach neighborhoods that do have expanded food and grocery store options, as well as healthcare professionals, lab testing, community resources, and more. It is quite common to hear patients express concerns about having to take a day off work and spend an entire day navigating Baltimore's public transportation system just to reach one healthcare appointment or grocery store. This is an enormous barrier to healthcare, and without transportation justice, we will never have healthcare justice. All Baltimore neighborhoods deserve to have easily accessible options to all needs, from food to medicine. Transit equity is an essential tool that must be achieved in order to ensure everyone in our city has the options they need in order to make healthy decisions about their lives. Currently, many of our fellow Baltimoreans are not only living in areas that do not provide walkable access to basic human resources like the ones I mentioned today, but this challenge is then compounded by the inability to use public options to move freely around the city in order to go where the resources are found. I urge anyone who makes decisions on public transportation systems to actively work to disrupt our city's current system of transportation and make positive changes to ensure that all neighborhoods are able to easily move around the city in order to access the resources they need. It is one of the best ways for community members like my patients to be able to survive and thrive, something we as a community owe each other. Thank you for your time and investment in this issue.
Thank you so much, Crystal, for your powerful testimony on actually a very sad and depressing subject, honestly. So you talked about um, people being forced to take a day off of work to just to be able to navigate the public transportation system in order to uh, get to their medical appointments. And I have kind of two follow-up questions based on that. One is that because the service is really infrequent and so they have to, if they have to change buses a couple of times, you know, with all the wait times, it adds up so much that it forces them to take a day off. Is that the reason?
Yeah, quite often it is. Or alternatively, people who aren't able to take that time off work, we often see them having to leave their healthcare programs. So they're not able to keep up with like the compliance standards necessary to remain in the program, just because it can be so time consuming and energy consuming, and all the different transportation needs can just be too much compounded with a 40-hour work week.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Yes. And it also occurred to me many of the people concerned are probably hourly wage workers without paid time off. So effectively, they're losing a paycheck when they're doing that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And then a lot of times, and because of just like the way our healthcare system is set up, maybe one appointment isn't efficient. So then they have to have a follow-up appointment, or they need to go somewhere else to get testing, somewhere else to do a pharmacy. And all of this just adds up into this enormous time consumption.
Just one of the, I have to make this comment, just one of the huge barriers thrown in the way of lower income people just trying to survive. Wow. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Again, happy Transit Equity Day and happy birthday once again to Rosa Parks. Thank you for joining us for the fourth panel of the community hearings on transit equity today. And once again, we will hear the personal stories of workers and community leaders who rely on public transit. I'll be your moderator, Michael Leon Guerrero, Executive Director of the Labor Network for Sustainability. I'd like to welcome our hearing facilitators for this session. First is Regina Eberhardt, the Director of Political Action for the Transport Workers Union of America. Regina's background spans the fields of communications, community organizing, campaigns, and political affairs. Her work as Director of Political Action for the Transport Workers Union of America is focused on planning and executing strategic campaigns, political and legislative trainings to help mobilize and empower TWU members as they take on the boss. Nancy Smith is a member of the Massachusetts State Conference NAACP Transit Environment Climate Justice Committee. She is also a program manager for the Community Resilience and Engagement at the Office of Public Health Preparedness, Boston Public Health Commission. Ms. Smith is responsible for developing community relationships in support of emergency preparedness and community resilience in close coordination with other public health departments and Boston Emergency Management Services. Nancy co-developed an emergency preparedness, public safety, public health, and climate adaptation program called Get Ready, Be Safe, Stay Healthy. Thank you both for joining us today as hearing facilitators. So before we get started, I would like to remind all our presenters and facilitators to please remember to speak slowly to allow for the simultaneous interpretation, and to mute your audio when you're not speaking. I will start to notify you about the time remaining for your testimony in a couple of minutes. So let's get started with our testifiers. The first person we will hear from is Elizabeth Chun Hye Lee from Jackson Heights, New York, with United Methodist Women, the Transit Equity Network, the U.S. Climate Action Network, and the United Methodist Creation Justice Movement. So Elizabeth, thank you very much for joining us today and for sharing your insights and your story.
Thank you for having me here, and it's an honor to be with you all. As Michael said, my name is Elizabeth Chun Hye Lee, or Liz, and I serve as the Executive for Economic and Environmental Justice at United Methodist Women. I'm a resident of Queens, New York, occupying Lenape and Canarsie territories. UMW is an 800,000 member-based organization with a vision of turning faith, hope, and love into action on behalf of women, children, and youth around the world. For most of my childhood, my family could not afford a car. So riding the subways and buses in New York City were what my parents used to get to work, what my sister and I used to get to school as we got older, and pre and post-COVID, the mode of transportation I used to get to work. The main subway I have used for most of my life is known as, either by some proudly or others pejoratively, as the Immigrant Express or the International Express, the 7 line. This 19-mile route begins from West 34th Street, Manhattan, and goes all the way to Flushing, Queens, New York, where I grew up. It services neighborhoods occupied by residents from over 150 countries. The subway line is a lifeline to many of the 2.3 million Queens residents to get to work and school. We're nonprofit workers, teachers, food deliverers, healthcare professionals, transit workers, students, those who are working multiple jobs. Unfortunately, for many who do not live along the 7 line or the other subway lines, the lack of available bus routes in Queens represent larger equity, racial justice, economic justice, disability justice issues. Some neighborhoods are serviced by multiple lines, while others are in transit deserts, where riders must get to another neighborhood to take a bus. Many must then take multiple buses to get to a main subway line to continue their journey. Delays being the norms on buses make it all the more difficult to get to jobs on time or not be late for class. I'm painfully aware that transit deserts and the lack of transit access is far too often the norm throughout the US. Our member from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, shared how low-income community members have limited work opportunities due to the lack of transit in our area. Another member from Jefferson Township, New Jersey, who was a retired bus driver, shared how, except for the occasional Lakeland bus that would come through Jefferson, they have no transit available. Even for those with relatively accessible transit, the pandemic has put the lives of essential transit workers and riders in jeopardy. During the pandemic, while the transit system had, one of our members said, during the pandemic, while the transit system had initially waived fees in Kent, Washington, and required social distancing, she's troubled that they started to charge fees again, but stopped social distancing requirements, putting the workers and riders at risk. Ensuring safe transit systems is about changing the buses that we use from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Buses powered by fossil fuels emit particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. Studies link pollutants from vehicle exhaust to adversely impacting nearly every organ system in the body. This is particularly disconcerting when we think of school buses. My daughter is one of 25 million students who during non-COVID times will be taking the bus each day to school. 90% of these school buses are run on diesel, and studies have shown that children riding school buses are 5 to 15 times more exposed to toxins than the rest of the population. And it leads to increases in asthma rates, respiratory illness, and impairs cognitive and behavioral development, and can even impact classroom performance. Further, tailpipe emissions from transportation is the main contributor in the US to earth-warming greenhouse gas emissions.
Liz,
the good news
sorry to
is,
interrupt you. About 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. The good news is that zero emission vehicles and electric vehicles can eliminate tailpipe pollutions entirely and have significantly lower global warming emissions than buses powered by fossil fuels. To make our public transit safe for the planet, we must have the electricity grid to run on renewable energy like wind and solar. To do this, I urge President Biden, Congress, governors, state and municipal leaders to prioritize funding for zero emission and electric school buses and buses, clean transit, and expansion of equitable transit systems throughout the US. Rosa Parks, mother of the transit movement, was a woman of faith, a deaconess in the AME Church, and she noted that it was her time in the AME Church where she learned that faith meant responding to injustice. So on this Transit Equity Day, as we remember Rosa Parks, as a woman of faith myself, I want to say that all people, no matter creed, race, ability, socioeconomic location, or geography, that all humans should have transit systems that are accessible, affordable, dependable, and safe for workers, riders, and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz, for sharing your story. Let's go across the country to Steve Ongerth in Richmond, California, with the Industrial Workers of the World and the Inland Boatmen's Union. Thank you for joining us, Steve, and please unmute yourself and remember to speak slowly for the interpreters.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for being here. And I'm speaking to you on occupied Ohlone territory in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a union maritime transport worker, specifically a ferry boat deckhand of 23 years and a union member in the Inland Boatmen's Union, which is an affiliate of the ILWU. I am also a supporter of public transit and an environmental activist. I strongly believe that the union and environmental movements have more in common than they have differences, and it's the bosses that separate them. I've been part of both movements my entire adult life and have worked diligently to bring them closer together. Today, I want to convey a specific example of how the bosses try to divide us, specifically my bosses, the Golden Gate Transit District, and how my union, with the help of community activists, including environmental activists, have successfully fought back against their efforts. Due to COVID-19, transit ridership is down. Bean County bosses and districts and conservative politicians have tried to use the pandemic as an excuse to make draconian cuts to public transit all over the world and all over the US.
Steve, sorry to interrupt you, but could you please slow down a bit for interpretation? Thanks.
Sorry about that, I can. This is short-sighted on so many levels because it adversely impacts transit workers, frontline communities, often predominantly working class and communities of color, who depend on public transit. It's also short-sighted with regards to Earth's climate. We need to phase out fossil fuels and autocentrum ASAP. Public transit shouldn't be cut, it should be expanded massively. Any Green New Deal and just recovery must include fully funded and expanded public transit with good union jobs and equitable pricing for those least able to pay, if not 100% free and subsidized transit. We want to get people out of their cars, right? The board of directors at the Golden Gate Bridge District tried to lay off dozens of ferry and bus workers due to temporary budget shortfalls, and they didn't want to spend capital expenditures on money keeping workers employed, even though the CARES Act allowed for this. They were wanting to spend the money on new infrastructure, such as new boats and parking lots, when all form of travel are at a low point due to the pandemic. However, when unions pushed back and made efforts to negotiate in good faith, the transit countered with an offer to allow temporary furloughs, but raise Golden Gate Bridge tolls to fund them. This would have pitted commuters against workers. The unions connected with community allies, such as Labor Network for Sustainability and Voices for Public Transportation, building a green labor coalition and fought back. Together, we have not only delayed the layoffs long enough for the recently passed stimulus package to make them unnecessary, we managed to get more union members and allies to replace some of the less friendly directors on the board. We still have more to do, but we are staying strong. The takeaway is that coalitions of unions, transit activists, frontline communities, transit workers, environmental activists, and the like, working together can bring about transit equity, and we have examples to back this up. And if you're interested in finding out more about
Voices for Public Transportation, check out the website mobilizethebay.org. We need to duplicate these efforts wherever public transit exists and wherever more public transit is needed. That's why events like Transit Equity Day are an essential part of making that happen. And we need to change the paradigm, going from transit unions and transit agencies constantly fighting for scraps of funding to making it the priority, because this really should be the major mode of transit. And thank you very much. And I'm really inspired by all that are here and look forward to hearing everyone else's testimony.
Thank you very much, Steve, for terrific testimony. Let's go next to Onyinye Elhedi in Baltimore, Maryland, with the Baltimore People's Climate Movement. Onyinye, thank you very much for joining us. Please take yourself off mute and remember to speak slowly for the interpreters.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onyinye, and I live on occupied Algonquin land, also known as Baltimore, Maryland. I'm here on behalf of the Baltimore People's Climate Movement, a decentralized coalition of organizations, activists, and residents working to undo environmental racism in Baltimore. I'm currently a graduate student and case manager working with the homeless in East Baltimore. I consider myself very privileged compared to most Americans and definitely compared to most Baltimoreans. However, even with my privileges, it is still a struggle to get to work on time. The nature of my job is such that I have to work in person, which means I have to travel to work. I use public transit because I care about the environmental impact of having too many cars on the road, and because, quite frankly, I have no other option. I bike when I can, but most often I have to ride the bus, especially during these winter months, which presents a constant challenge, not just for me, but for the over 40% of Baltimore residents who do not have access to a car. The buses in Baltimore are notoriously infrequent and late. Sometimes they just don't come. The advice others give me in these situations is to call a rideshare or a taxi. An Uber to work costs me about $22 one way, which is equivalent to a weekly bus pass. This would mean that going to work and coming back home would cost me $44 a day. How exactly is that affordable? And I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm young, college educated, employed, able-bodied, and I do not have children. I live in the same city that I work in, and it is still difficult to get around. So I can only imagine what it's like for parents, for people with physical disabilities, for those with a fixed income or no income, and for those who work far from where they live. It's basically impossible. All of this is made even worse during the pandemic because bus lines run even less frequently and are always overcrowded, increasing the risk of everyone on board contracting or spreading COVID. Considering that most riders in our city are people of color, this is likely one of the reasons we are unevenly impacted by this pandemic. I will end by asking all stakeholders at the local, state, and federal level to please use the power that the people have delegated to you to move forward the demands of citizens and not private interests. Do whatever you can to ensure that everyone is able to get to where they need to go on time, whether that is work, to receive medical care, to get groceries, whatever the case may be. Please ensure that there is enough funding to create and maintain sustainable public transit systems so that our buses and railways are affordable and reliable in rural, suburban, and urban communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Onyinye, for your sharing your story and your experience. Let's go back up to New York. Shivani Parikh with the Center for Safety and Change and the New York State Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Shivani, thank you for joining us and for sharing your story. Please take yourself off of mute and remember to speak slowly for the interpreters. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Shivani Parikh, and I am the Outreach Coordinator to our Asian communities at the Center for Safety and Change. The Center for Safety and Change is the only nonprofit providing shelter and services for victims and survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault in Rockland County, New York. Rockland County is on occupied Ramapo Lenape land and a 40-minute drive north of Manhattan. We do take referrals from all over the state, New Jersey, and broadly around the country, and try to refer folks to their nearest agency. Domestic violence victims generally have an increased need for accessing health services, therapeutic services, and other social services. Unfortunately, restricting or denying access to public transportation is a common tool of abusive partners to isolate, especially women, femmes, and non-binary folks who are these victims and survivors, from basic needs and services, as well as from their potential support networks. Public transportation, or the lack thereof, can therefore play a disproportionately influential role in the lives of these victims and survivors. We know that transportation greatly influences their sense of isolation, their experience of abuse, and their perceived ability to leave. In suburban areas, too often people are unable to walk to their nearest bus stop because they're not sure where it is because they're not well demarcated, or because they simply don't know where they are, because this information, especially in communities where there's large ranges of socioeconomic distribution of wealth, means that the people who may need these services the most may need other language services that aren't being provided when, again, leadership is predominantly white and upper middle class. For example, another way in which public transit has hindered folks in my county specifically is to think about the ways that they are paying a lot of money for, or paying a lot in their time for, being able to commute to places that they may need their services, especially if it's in neighboring areas. For example, to drive from our agency and to cross the bridge across the Hudson to travel to Westchester County, this would only take about 35 minutes, whereas a bus ride would take nearly 3 times longer. Similarly, the NJ Transit, or New Jersey Transit, is the provider for our train line from Rockland County to Manhattan. While a drive, as I said earlier, would take about 40 minutes, a train ride would take about twice as long, and a round trip ticket costs $21.50, which for many of our residents would be the equivalent of 2 hours labor if considering minimum wage post-tax. During this pandemic, hotline calls have increased by 60%, and it's become incredibly difficult for folks who are trapped with their abusers. After saying all this, I hope that it's become clear that it is critical that especially our suburban and rural victims and survivors, particularly for those who hold identities as being differently abled, low income, and generally precarious, can access affordable and efficient transit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Shivani. Folks, I think then we are ready to go to our question and answer. And I want to introduce again our hearing facilitators. So Nancy Smith in Boston and Regina Eberhardt with TWU in Washington, DC. So Nancy, why don't we start with you? Do you have any follow-up questions for any of our panelists?
Yes, I do. First, I would like to say Thankful Thursday. And today is Rosa Parks' birthday, which we would like to honor her and all the other courageous women and men that have moved part of this movement, the amazing, brilliant minds behind the movement. This has been recorded as a day of action, February 4th. And we would like to thank all the testifiers for your commitment in all the areas that you work in, especially being activists. You have also relied to become what we call first responders, because COVID-19 has put us all into this new position that we're all trying to save one another in one way or another. Now, I would like to have a thank you to the bus drivers around the world. It's a quick little song. Thank you, Mr. Bus Driver, for this ride. The Southwest Wolves are satisfied. So this is a song that we used to sing in high school as those bus drivers would move us from venue to venue in Atlanta. So everyone has a relationship with transportation, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And all of those relationships are very personal. So we're going to take that personal relationship and move it into the realm of the activists that you guys all are. I want to first take a look at the federal level where we see some mighty titans being put in place in these halls of positions, such as climate, the Treasury, transportation, and also labor. Today, as you guys know, Mayor Waukesha is a part of his hearing in Senate. So a lot of buzz is around on the secret behind Mayor Waukesha. He's also a big union guy, and he's also it was the chair of climate. So I think we're putting together a pretty good team up here in the Biden house. So let's take a look at this Biden and take a bite of this apple. Ken Kirk yesterday shared a story about the support that the Amalgamated Transit Union provided in the wheels of moving the blue wave of Georgia, and looking at how organizing took place in Georgia with Stacey Abrams. So I would like to have any of the testifiers to take a look, and I'm going to pull some words out of some activists that have been galvanizing a lot of things. I'm going to pull one out from Killer Mike. If you guys know Atlanta, he said, plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize. So I would like for you guys to, anyone can take this question. What would you like to do now in your next move in mobilizing? And who will be the titans that you're going to start knocking on the doors of?
Great, thank you, Nancy. Any of our testifiers want to lead off in responding? Okay, I see Steve. Okay, why don't you go ahead and get it started, Steve?
Well, I would recommend that anyone who's interested check out the mobilizethebay.org website, which is Voices for Public Transportation, because there's a whole bunch of plans in the mix to do what we just talked about there. That includes pushing for MTC, which is the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, to make sure that every agency is funded and that the workers are paid and that there is PPE for everyone with COVID. They just won a campaign against the Santa Clara County VTA, who are trying to prevent after boarding, which the bus drivers wanted because it was better for maintaining health in the COVID situation. So that would be my suggestion, is check that out and get involved if you're a Bay Area transit worker, activist, or writer.
Great. Thank you, Steve. Anybody else would like to respond to that question?
Yeah, I would like to respond. So currently in Maryland, our legislative session is underway as of about 2.5 weeks ago. So there are quite a few acts in the works to try to push some transit equity agendas forward. And the biggest one right now is the Transportation Equity Analysis and Insurances Act, which does quite a number of things, but most importantly establishes a commission on transit equity, which we do not have in the state of Maryland or in the city of Baltimore. So that's something that we're working on right now, and we're basically we're coming at the entire General Assembly of Maryland for that one, because we feel that it's important not only in urban areas like Baltimore, but in our most rural areas as well.
Terrific, thank you. Liz, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Sure. Nancy, thank you so much for that framing and the question as well. And absolutely, there's lots of things that are happening on the administration side. And we recognize with so many wonderful executive orders, those will not move forward unless there's a Congress that works accordingly with it, right? So on the Mobilize side, for our members that are all throughout the United States, we have been really trying to focus on reaching out to our representatives and also to our senators to say, this is not a red or blue issue. And as women of faith, really, we're deeply concerned about equity issues and justice issues, and that we need to prioritize a clean economy, energy economy, which includes transportation and access. And we need that just transition that Steve was talking about as well. So that's something that we're doing with our member base, really trying to speak with our representatives very clearly from the side of women of faith, because sometimes they don't expect that, right? But Rosa Parks was that titan, you know, that leader that we look to as well. I also wanted to acknowledge through U.S. Climate Action Network, there is the Arm and Arm movement, which is communities in their own context really wanting to advance climate justice through racial and economic work and efforts. And there are Arm and Arm groups in various communities throughout the United States that are really doing nonviolent direct action, saying enough is enough. And sometimes we need to get to the street and really produce good, right? So if there are no bus lanes or bike lanes, then it is creating the bike lanes, the community members themselves, for instance, as an example.
Great, thank you, Liz. And Shivani, I think I saw your hand also to respond.
Sure.
So why don't you go ahead and remember, folks, again, to speak slowly for the interpreters. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Shivani.
This is going to be a bit of an alternative response, not necessarily in terms of mobilizing our elected officials, but certainly in terms of solidarity. I think there's a lot that the gender-based violence movement has to learn from the labor movement and vice versa. So particularly, you know, a lot of times public transit can be unsafe for, you know, women and other marginalized genders. And so I think that first piece of education of ensuring that, you know, the folks who are driving our buses, who are managing our trains, and all other forms of public transit are educated about how they can engage in bystander intervention. And then also, similarly, we know that, you know, when you're under a lot of socioeconomic pressure, there can be a lot of challenges within households about trying to manage, you know, the stresses that come with precarity. And so I think that there's also a lot for the gender-based violence movement to learn about how we can be in better solidarity with folks who are, you know, protecting their rights as workers and as people that are serving us every day.
Great. Thank you so much, Shivani. Okay, let's go to Regina. Regina, are there any follow-up questions you have for our panelists?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I just want to thank all of the testifiers on this program today for just your thoughts. And, you know, I was listening and thought about a lot of the sort of common denominators of what we as our transit workers face with every day, and trying to push for more equitable public transportation options, and really the importance and need of having to work with non-allied traditional groups to make that happen. You know, when I think about engaging, having our members be engaged on the local level and what mobilization looks like, it sometimes means coming out of your skin to talk with folks that you know you don't traditionally look at as allies. So, you know, for us it was riders at first, or environmental groups, or faith-based groups, and you know, this group and event that's happening today is sort of just a great example of what types of solutions and great conversations that happens when we all come together. You know, I guess just the sort of follow-up question that I have is, you know, I've heard from Steve in some of the great results that has come out of your coalition efforts, and just wanted to hear from others sort of what steps, you know, are you in your own space in local communities and building these coalitions to move forward, and how are you engaging transit workers in those coalition building efforts?
Okay, thank you, Regina. Anybody want to lead off in responding?
Yeah, I just wanted to hop in and say that so I'm stepping a little bit outside of my professional role and speaking with my racial identity. So as a South Asian person, I think something that is not often discussed in the transit movement is the racialized nature of our taxi workers. So a lot of folks who drive New York City taxis look like me. The three co-founders of the New York Taxi Workers Alliance are all South Asian. And I say all of this because there's definitely a lacking in class solidarity, I think, within our community. You know, many times we look back and say, the American dream is possible for everybody if we all work hard. So I think that when we talk about that aspect of it, there's definitely a lot of work to be done about making sure that, these are multiracial coalitions and that need to be, really talked about and embraced in a lot of different ways.
Thank you, Shivani. Liz, were you wanting to respond to that?
Sure, appreciate that question. And I think about joining the LMS Transit Equity Initiative as UMW's effort. And at least within our United Methodist Churches, our book of resolutions and social creeds, there's a lot around labor rights as well. And one of our other campaigns has been on living wage efforts. So we encourage our members to lean in and really do that partnership building, and we hope for more of that moving forward as well. So I think there's a lot of ongoing work we need to do. We have partnered with the NAACP very actively with the Solar Equity Initiative, some of the Just Equity work. Other times it's been with more state-specific contexts with interfaith power and lights, and then sometimes it's more health communities, school boards, and PTAs. So it's varied from location to location. But with all of those things, we have been really talking amongst UMW saying, we need to be speaking and communicating with our members who are the most impacted, and also in the community, those who are being most impacted, right? So it would then be the workers, if we're talking about transit equity, the riders, our members who are in those places, as well as, especially in the climate context, Indigenous communities, Black communities, Latino communities, that we need to be hearing from and also in partnering with. So those are some of the internal conversations that we're doing. And what does that mean to center those voices even amongst our membership, as well as what does it mean to be a good quote unquote ally, co-conspirator, and things that we as faith-based communities are sometimes guilty of doing and need to learn a lot from and change.
Great, thank you, Liz. I think we have time for one more question. And so I'm going to turn it back over to you, Nancy. Onyinye, I see you're off screen, but we'll give you a chance to answer this last question as well. But Nancy, why don't you go ahead and ask your question, and then we'll get ready to wrap up.
All right. So I didn't know I was going to have this much time, but going back to creating that blueprint of the federal level, I would like to know, once again, what group would you focus in on? Will it be going to Pete's door, transportation? You're going to head over to climate with Carrie and, let's see, it's Carrie and Gina over there, or you're going to head over to the Treasury Department. As a mobilizing group, what do you think you might be geared towards? Which federal group are you going to focus in on? Because that's where the money's coming from. So we're going a little higher up to try to hit the money pockets first. So I would like to know who would like to think about which group that they would like to spend some energy on, federal level.
All right. You've got about 1 minute for anybody who wants to respond. Or Onyinye, if you wanted to respond to the last question or this one.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I respond to this one just to say that the first federal group that comes to mind for me is the Federal Transit Administration, which, as far as I know, they currently have quite a few vacancies in their leadership positions, which says a lot. I think that speaks to where or how they prioritize or do not prioritize transit in our country. So I would first maybe try to fill those spots with people who actually care about transit and who have had experience organizing at the grassroots level around transit.
Great, thank you. All right. Well, folks, unfortunately, we are at time. And I just want to first thank our amazing panelists again for sharing your stories and your experience and your insights. So Elizabeth Chun Hye Lee, Steve Ongerth, Onyinye Alhedi, Shivani Parikh, thank you so much again. I would also again like to thank our hearing facilitators, Regina Eberhardt and Nancy Smith. Thank you so much for taking the time to be part of this important event. We are going to be heading to the closing of the transit equity hearings. And so first we're going to hear a recorded testimony of Rita Laurel Tosin and Lowe, and the recorded experience of Ramon Palencia Calvo. So thank you very much again, folks, for taking the time to join us. And for our audience, please stay tuned for the recorded testimony and for the closing with the American Federation of Teachers, some of their members, and President Randi Weingarten. So thank you again, and we will see you on the other side.
I'll ask you a question that if you can try to answer in one sentence, you can get Joe Biden on the phone and you get to make one ask of him for transit. So I'm going to start with the order on my screen. Laura, what do you ask him?
I first say, I praise you for your commitment to addressing climate change and ask you that in your work addressing climate change, you address transit because they are intertwined, interconnected, and having good transit will improve the amount of carbon monoxide that will not be in our atmosphere as opposed to what's there now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great, Ms. Smith.
You're on mute, Rita.
Thank you. On the same lines, Mr. President, I urge you to have across the nation a transit system that is affordable, dependable, and environmental safe. We need some electric buses. Let's get electric buses across the country as soon as possible.
Great, thank you. Tosin.
I'd say this might not be very specific, but I'd say definitely allocate more funds to municipal governments to, I guess, boost public transit infrastructure and just like nudge people towards it at least.
Thank you. And Lou, and you're on mute, Lou.
Mr. President, do you think you may issue an executive order for the federal and even the states to open up their secret formula to calculate the funding distribution? Doesn't matter for big metropolitan area or rural areas.
Recording.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Ramon Palencia Calvo and I'm the director of Chispa Maryland. Chispa Maryland is a community program that works with Latino families to ensure we have a strong leadership and power to identify and influence environmental and public health issues and decisions that affect our lives. I'm here today on behalf of Chispa Maryland volunteers, leaders, parents, and students that are deeply concerned about diesel pollution from school buses and how this pollution is harming children and communities. You see, children are forced to breathe diesel emissions from school buses every day when riding the buses and waiting at bus stops. Diesel emissions are associated with increased risk of asthma incidence, severity, persistence among children. And asthma is the leading cause of absenteeism among school children, impacting disproportionately African American and Latino kids. There is no reason to continue exposing children to those harmful emissions because there is a clear solution now. Zero emissions clean electric school buses. By transitioning to zero emission electric buses, we will be immediately eliminating harmful tailpipe emissions, reducing the toxic pollutants breathed by kids every day and protecting their future. Today, electric school buses is a proven technology. They are currently being used throughout the country under all types of weather conditions and terrains. And with models that go up to 150 miles per charge, they should be able to cover most routes, if not all the routes of any school district. They also make economic sense for school districts. Over the life of the bus, lower fuel and maintenance costs will save tens of thousands of dollars to school districts per bus per year. And this money could very well be used in academic programs and not in diesel fuel. So when we look at economic benefits of electric buses and the cost that asthma has in our families and in school districts in terms of treatments, doctors and ER visits, hospitalizations, missed school days, and lost work days by parents that have to stay home taking care of a child with asthma that is sick, the case for electrifying school bus fleets and reducing harmful emissions is very clear to us. It's no longer acceptable to allow our children to ride in dirty diesel school buses when zero-emission school buses are readily available, or to put those families in the difficult situation of having to choose between affording asthma medication for their children or paying for rent. Our children have the right to breathe clean air and pursue a good education, and both are hindered by the effects of polluting buses. Thank you.
Thank you. Vasa?
Yes, thank you so much, Ramon. I'm just wondering, is there evidence that children are particularly vulnerable because of their physiology to pollution?
Yes, so diesel is a non-carcinogenic, and of course, when children are still developing their brains, their lungs, so they are more susceptible to the harmful emissions. So diesel pollution is especially harmful for children and their lungs and their brains and their organs that are still developing.
Thank you. So essentially, by exposing children to this pollution, we are compromising their future.
They are compromising the future. We're taking away those opportunities. And again, this is a persistent problem, and there's more higher rates of asthma incidents among African American and Latino children, minority children. So it is specifically harmful for minorities, yes. Mm-hmm. And again, you have to compound the problem of emissions from school buses in many communities. Again, we know the relation between carbon pollution and low-income communities and communities, especially communities of color. So to that, you compound diesel emissions. So it's just compounding problem after problem. But yeah, it is very detrimental to their future.
Okay, thank you so much, Ramon.
My pleasure, thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Again, my name is Jane English. I'm a program manager with NAACP working in the area of environmental and climate justice. In our last hour of this community hearing on transit equity, we are honored to hear voices of educators as they talk about what public transit means to their livelihood. Right now, we'll be joined by Carl Williams, president of the Lawndale Federation of Classified Employees, as well as his role as vice president of the American Federation of Teachers there. In addition, we have with us today Wayne Scott, president of the Colorado Classified Employees Association. Welcome, Wayne and Scott and Wayne. So thank you for representing the teachers around the country who rely on public transit. And so please proceed. Turn on your audio, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Carl Williams. I am president of the Lawndale Federation of Classified Employees. in Southern California. And I am also a vice president with the American Federation of Teachers. And first of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today on this Transit Equity Day. And what makes it extra special is Rosa Parks' birthday, which makes it extra appropriate. It's not a day that I get on a public transit that I don't think about her. It's extra special. I am a lifelong public transit user. My mother did not have a car growing up, so everywhere we rode on a bus. But over time, buses have changed. When we rode the bus in the 70s, they were clunkers. They used a lot of gas, but now they've gotten better. But we could do so much better, and we could use buses that didn't give up so much pollution. And we need to move forward in trying to create cleaner buses, reliable buses, buses that were more affordable. My life has gotten better, and we have a car, but I still choose every day to ride a bus to work. My members that I serve ride buses to work. The students that we serve ride buses to work. And although we've made strides, there's still more strides that we can make toward electric buses, safer buses that continue to be more green. And as much as we have made strides toward that, there's so much more that we could do. The buses that we currently have connect workers to work, students to school, and folks to their doctor's appointments, to the markets that they need, to all their daily needs. So we must maintain affordable, reliable, and clean public bus systems because the public counts on it and they need it. So anything that we can do to maintain affordable, reliable, clean, and sustainable public transit, the workers of America count on it. Our students, our teachers, all school employees, workers across this country every day require the need of public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Please proceed, Wayne.
I want to thank you for allowing me to relate my experiences as a bus driver and as a representative for school transportation employees in Colorado. School transportation is the largest mass transportation in America. And so when we think about it, we need to think about it as that, how large it is. I drove school bus for many years in a diverse district, which included several low-income neighborhoods, as well as rural and urbanized areas. I currently represent transportation employees in several Colorado districts. The lack of funding has driven districts to close neighborhood schools and at the same time increase the walking distance for students for up to 2 miles for high school students. Our lower income families are less likely to have reliable personal transportation, making them even more dependent upon the school bus. Our buses do more than transport students from home to school, school to home. They provide transportation to after-school programs such as the Boys and Girls Club. I have seen all kinds of misguided ways to reduce transportation costs, from advertising on the side of buses to charging for a ride. Attending public school is a right our citizens have. There is no right given to them to get there. Unfortunately, I have witnessed many of our charter schools not providing any transportation at all. For many of our students, the way to school can involve crossing dangerous roads, fields, parks, and neighborhoods. The school bus, along with the school bus stop located in a safe area within a short walking distance, is truly the only safe way to school for many of our students. Transportation budgets also impact our neighborhoods. When we condense bus stops, we make a large impact on those houses that are close to the stop. While electric school buses are the future, there are things we can do now that impact the environment. Retrofitting diesel buses to natural gas or propane, and installing auxiliary heaters so buses don't need to idle. During the pandemic, our school buses delivered food to low-income neighborhoods, as well as providing internet services. as a past elected city official, I can tell you many of our emergency plans involve the use of school buses. School buses are the safest form of mechanicalized transportation, some 70 times safer than the family car. Encouraging school bus riders impacts our students' safety and also reduces the multiple private vehicle trips. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. We will now hear a dialogue between Carl and Wayne about what they've witnessed or would like for us to know about the transportation of students and other people in their municipalities. Please proceed.
And once again, so I agree with Carl. Many of our employees, our members, take mass transit to work. In fact, it's sometimes the actual reason they pick a school to work at, because that school is closer to their home or is next to a stop that they can get there. And so mass transit is essential. If you think about a food service worker that works maybe 4 to 6 hours a day, it's on a lower pay scale. More than likely, if they didn't live close to the school, they would have to use mass transportation to get there.
And most of the folks that we represent in our bargaining units live in the communities where they work. And public transportation is usually more beneficial for them to use to get back and forth to work, as well as the students in the districts that we work in as well. And that's why either affordable or free transportation on public transportation is probably, I think, is best for our students. Either low cost or a free bus transportation on public transport, I think is important for our students.
Yeah, and Carl, as far as the environment goes, again, the impact of school buses idling is a huge piece, especially when they're idling right next to a school playground. And so, like I said, if we could, some smaller infrastructure type things, like adding these heaters, these auxiliary heaters to buses. So when it's 30 degrees or below, they don't have to idle next with, sometimes you might park a dozen school buses next to a playground. They don't have to idle there, they can shut down. And then also, we've seen about 30% of our fleets being either replaced with propane or natural fuel, are being converted to them, which is much cleaner, much quieter, and much less pollutant coming out of it.
But I do know here in California, a lot of the public bus systems are going more cleaner. I do know that we do have an electric subway system here that is more cleaner, clean air. I do believe that that's the way that we should be going. The idea of what I experienced in the 70s when I first started riding the bus, and I just remember the exhaust coming out of those buses. As a kid, you don't realize it, but in hindsight, I think most of the smog in LA was coming from those buses, but it's a lot cleaner now. And I think that the more times are changing, I think that we're realizing that we need to be going in a direction of clean air, and electric vehicles, and the buses are next for sure.
And definitely a huge impact to our school budgets if they're forced to pay for it. A diesel bus right now, All American, is about $100,000. When you go electric, you can double that. Then there's the infrastructure to make sure that they're charged. And then we have the issue of districts that are in rural areas. And for instance, I have one district that runs 6 buses, but they run hundreds of miles. And so the issue is different between our urbanized school districts and our rural school districts, and we need to keep that in mind.
And we have the technology. We can do it for sure.
For sure. And if you think about how safe a school bus is, getting kids back and forth to school is so much safer. And if you put 60 to 80 kids on a bus, which is what we usually carry, imagine that's could be 60 to 80 cars off the road driving that day. So
let me jump in here and ask a question, please. Now, you transport the students back and forth to school, but are your buses also used for extracurricular activities, or do they stay over for like any type of extracurricular activity?
You like for field trips?
Well, field trips, but also things like soccer and basketball and uh, chess club or any number of other types of things that the schools offer now.
Yeah, we use our buses in many ways. One significant way is in our lower income neighborhoods where the municipalities have contracted with the Boys and Girls Club to provide after-hour programs. Those clubs are located in maybe several miles from that school. And so we transport those students from the school to the club. And then of course it's up to the parents to pick them up or have a way to pick them up that evening. And we transport sports programs, all those kinds of other transportation needs of the school district. And then some of our districts use their buses within their communities to provide transportation to things like fairs and festivals and those kind of things that help impact again parking in certain areas, so you don't have a huge amount of parking in that area. And so the buses are used. Most of our buses run most of the day, along with a few at night too. So
Carl, this question is for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So given the various, I know you're in Southern California, but
Yes,
given
ma'am.
the various climate related weather events, how do you envision that impacting the the facilitation of transportation for students to public schools in the future, or even now for that matter?
Well, in California, I mean, we usually have great weather, so it it never really rains in Southern California. We really have great weather here most of the time. So I think that it won't really impact us at all. We have the ideal weather for it. The weather won't impact us at all. I think mainly Wayne would probably be the better person to ask that question. I don't think that it would bother us at all.
Weather does impact school busing in Colorado for sure. But once again, if you're going to have to be out on the road, that's the safest way to be. We know how safe school buses are. We also have many of our school buses have automatic chains on them, have things called retarders that slow them down rather than using brakes, and those kind of issues, extra safety precautions. And so, that's, if you're going to have to be out on the road, you want to be in a school bus in those conditions. We also have school buses that drive through the mountains on a regular basis.
Oh, wow.
And we have certain rules and regulations for those school buses that are different than that. And you have to have special training to drive them than the drivers down on the prairie. But I would say that, rural probably means more to me than weather. If I'm out transporting kids in the country and, they're walking a mile down their private road to the road to be picked up, we have all kinds of things that can happen weather-wise and animal-wise. So we have to think about that. We do tornado drills, those kind of things. So again, your kids are safest when they're in a school bus than anywhere else.
So, someone suggested that I ask about what happens with the marginalized students and transit. Students.
So that's what I'm saying. When we close these schools down, a neighborhood school down, and they're usually the schools that get closed down are in low income neighborhoods. Unfortunately, it adds to that impact of that family's transportation needs, whether it's because they don't have a reliable car, they don't have enough, and they have more than one, they have zero, or they don't have the time because they're expected to be at work at a certain, work hours don't necessarily correlate with school hours. Sometimes they have kids in all levels, elementary and high school. And so, I think it's very dependent upon, unfortunately, when we close these schools, it becomes more dependent on the school transportation system to get those kids to school. And And then we have about the county I'm in right now, we have 300, 400 homeless kids that we track, and we try to provide transportation as those kids move around a lot to get them back to their school so they don't have to miss any days.
And then that really could impact their education process too, because if you can't get a kid to school, then that could actually count. Those kids may drop out. Getting kids to school is important, and getting them there, if their inability to getting them to school is a hurdle, and if they can't get to school, may just be enough to have them drop out. They can't get to school.
Yes. So Carl and Wayne, I want to thank you all so much for your testimony and your willingness to have input around transit equity, specifically with regards to public transit. First, I'd like to introduce my colleague and ally, Martin Leon Guerrero. He is the Executive Director of the Labor Network for Sustainability. Michael has been moderating the whole 2 days. He's the, like I said, he's the Executive Director of LNS, or Labor Network for Sustainability. I will pass this to Michael so that he can introduce our guest speaker at this time. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Jane. It's been great working with you these past 2 days. And thank you everybody again for joining us for Transit Equity Days and for the community hearings on transit equity. I now have the honor of introducing our closing speaker, Randi Weingarten, President of the American Federation of Teachers, AFT. AFT is one of the country's largest labor unions, representing 1.7 million members who work as teachers, paraprofessionals, school-related personnel, higher education faculty, and staff. It also represents nurses and other healthcare professionals, local, state, and federal government employees, and early childhood educators. President Weingarten is a leading labor leader, a fighter, and a champion for all workers in this country and around the globe, whether or not they are members of a union. She is also a champion for the planet and for future generations. Under her leadership, AFT has endorsed the Thrive Agenda and the Green New Deal. She is spearheading efforts to create new jobs in the green economy, but also working to ensure that they are quality jobs, union jobs, and that there is a just transition for workers and communities who might be left behind. By her words and her actions, President Weingarten has shown that the American labor movement is truly part of a larger social justice movement. We are very proud to have developed a growing partnership between AFT and the Labor Network for Sustainability, and so proud that she is closing our community hearings today. President Weingarten, thank you so much for joining us, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Michael. And, I wish I could have joined you for all of this, but it's really, so I just want to say the fact that you are lifting up transit equity is very important. The fact that you're lifting up the not just what happens if, and I'm so glad Carl and Wayne are on, but not just what happens, when the bus doesn't come to pick up students, or how the bus becomes the lifeline in so many different areas for feeding students, for collecting this during COVID, for collecting papers and bringing things back. The bus driver, the monitor on the bus, all of this has become a lifeline for students and for schools in this very big socially isolated time of COVID. But let's think about also why that's happening. Because of the lack of transit, because of the lack of light rail, because of the, when highways, when you can see it in terms of American culture, train systems were huge at the turn of not the last century, but the century before. In the 1950s and the 40s, 50s, 60s, as the car companies were basically making it an indicia of, the American middle class to have a car or two. Highways were developed all over. Eisenhower developed the highway system. But what happens in a place like, Milwaukee? What happens in rural areas when there are no light rail systems, when, the subway systems that were created in some of these big cities in the 1920s, 1910 turn of, the 1800s and 1900s, even to fix them requires so much funding. All of these issues about where people live and their access to jobs, their access to getting from here to there is really, really important. And you're just raising all of those transit equity issues and putting a face on it in a way that others have not. And so that's really, 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 really important. And there's an opportunity here as well. Think about not just the number of jobs, but the way in which when one revamps these transit systems, what it means in terms of sustainability of the climate. So it's tremendous number of new jobs, but it's also revamping them in a way that we reduce the carbon footprint. And it's a little, maybe ironic to talk about, for example, LaGuardia Airport. Our pension systems, frankly, the California Teachers Retirement System was the foundational investor in the modernization of LaGuardia. Now, there's a whole question about the carbon footprint of the airline industry and of planes. But putting that aside for a second, if you look at that modernization plan, you see how much is being fueled by wind and solar and, the different kinds of lighting and the jobs in terms of building all of that. The same is true when you're thinking about the tunnel that's supposed to be built between New Jersey and New York and what that will mean in terms of, if we have that tunnel, what that means in terms of reduction of the number of cars and that carbon footprint and the jobs. But just how there could be millions, frankly, tens of thousands to millions of jobs in terms of revamping and reclamation and envisioning, a climate-based transit system that will reduce our carbon footprint, will reduce emissions and things like that. So this is an equity issue in terms of making sure we have the transit systems that actually serve not just the well-to-do, but every working person and every poor person. It is key to being able to figure out, or them being able to have a way to getting to jobs and downtowns and things like that. We know what it means for our members who work and other AFL-CIO members, the transit unions who work in these systems, and what they need to do and how much and how hard they work. But it's also the potential of really having so many new jobs and reducing carbon emission and the carbon footprint if we do more and more and more of the transit of revamping, increasing our transit systems. So what you have is a win. What you have here is a win-win-win. Better climate, more jobs, more access. So thank you for doing this. And we are, as Michael said, very much a proponent of what we can do to help in this regard.
Thank you so much, President Weingarten. I think that is a tremendous message to close with, the idea of having better access, better jobs, and a better climate. And we really appreciate you and the 1.7 million members of the American Federation of Teachers for the partnership and working with us to promote transit equity. So thank you very much, President Weingarten.
Thank you.
Thank
Jane,
you
I will turn it
again,
back over to you.
President Weingarten. You may not have known, my name is Jane English. I'm with the National NAACP. And we are so happy that you were able to join LNS and the Transit Equity Day Initiative. This has really been phenomenal, and we couldn't have found a more representative union president, international president to do this. We'd also like to thank Carl and Wayne for your input and insight into what we can do along this front.
They are fabulous. I'm so glad you had Carl and Wayne here.
Thank you for having us. It was our pleasure.
Oh, thank you too. Thank you both. Yes, we would have been remiss had we not had input from the unions that represent the workers with the education systems, as well as in doing so, you have constituents that are parents and community members, but you also have the younger constituents, and that is the students themselves. So we want to thank you for your genuine concern about this. And the fact that there is a big labor organization of 1.7 million members is it's very, what do you say, heartfelt, that we can look to that as a beacon of hope that all workers will become more and more organized in this country in the face of the relentless attacks on organized labor.
Right.
So we want to thank you for that. As we bring this day to close, I just want to give a couple of remarks. One is, you know, when we embarked upon this, Basav Sen from the from the Institute for Policy Studies wanted to hear from people. He wanted to hear from workers. He wanted to document what people felt and thought about transit and public transit and transit equity, you know, about what the transit systems were doing now and what people wanted to see them do in the future. And, you know, what did he put that idea on the table for? Well, here we are, several months later, and we have had a hearing, a public hearing of workers and riders, union representatives, and just genuine community advocates who have gone on record in the middle of a historic pandemic, no less. The racial equity issues are glaring in public schools, and most certainly about the emissions that are the greenhouse gases that are emitted from cars on our highways, that many people of color neighborhoods are right along the side of the highway, and the asthma is apparent. There's so many sources of asthma that are causing asthma, but automobile and truck are two of those. So we want to thank you. This is the 4th year this has been done, not this hearing, but the 4th year we've had actions to lift up the transit workers and riders throughout the United States with local actions, and to lift up Rosa Parks, because she was certainly a leader along this traverse of insisting upon equality and equity in public transit. I'm going to hand this over to the esteemed leader, Michael Leon Guerrero, from the Labor Network for Sustainability, to give us his closing reflections. And I would like to thank the interpreters and the production team, and as well as Judy Assam, who has been the executive producer of this, Christy, who has got us through it, Brooke, all of the Sylvia, Melina, Antoine, you all have just been great. Michael, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. And also, we would be remiss not to also talk about that a lot of this was about your vision as well, in terms of bringing together these community hearings. So I want to thank you for that, and your leadership and your partnership in working together on this event. I think we accomplished what we wanted. And what we wanted was to hear the voices, the grassroots voices, the rank and file voices, community leaders, labor leaders, about what public transit means in the lives of people. And not just the lives of people that are dependent on transit, but in all of our lives, and how it affects all of us as a community, helps to build community, and helps to be a solution for, as President Weingarten said, in terms of access, saving our planet, and also creating jobs. We heard from workers in manufacturing. We heard from transit operators. We heard from riders and mechanics and people that are building buses, electric buses. So we heard the range of voices that we wanted to hear from, that everybody should hear from and understand why public transit is so important. And we also heard why transit needs to be public and why we need to strengthen the public sector in all areas of our lives, why public transit needs to be a human right, it needs to be a civil right, it needs to be viewed just like other utilities as an essential service that's provided to everybody. And then we also heard that we need to go big. This is not something about, when we're talking about economic recovery, is a Band-Aid solution to save what we can of transit systems. We need transit systems to be expanded throughout this country. We need transit systems to be run on clean energy. So as Congress and President Biden are talking about the economic recovery we need to go big on transit. Because as President Weingarten also said again, it will create a lot of jobs. It will create a lot of good union, good paying jobs. And so we got to go big and bold when it comes to transit. And the last thing I'll say that we are learning of and hearing about these 2 days are the victories of local organizations that are doing this work on the ground. And this is truly what makes transit equity what it is. It's about these stories of people in their communities fighting for better services, for equity, for rights on the job. And we heard victories like Together for Brothers yesterday, where the city of Albuquerque announced that there will be free fares for students, for young people, and for people over 65 years of age. So this is all about the grassroots in the community and in the workplace organizing. That's what we want to lift up and create the national story of how all of these victories come together and how people are struggling together in places like Charleston, South Carolina, in Nashville, Tennessee, and in Cleveland, Ohio, and Duluth, Minnesota. So just want to really acknowledge the many people who testified over these last few days, and also our wonderful hearing facilitators who supported these testifiers and brought their own experience and insights as well. So again, Jane, I'll send it back to you, but big thanks to everybody. I think we had a really terrific and successful 2 days.
Thank you, Michael. There was such a wonderful team working on this, and we hope that this will be used in local communities, both with the municipalities in working on developing ordinances, as well as at the state houses throughout the United States. This is coming from workers, riders, organized labor, local and international labor leaders, and they're going to hear it. They're going to hear the authentic voices. You know, we've got the evidence to back it all up, but without hearing it directly from the authentic voices, it can be a shallow shout, if you will. Thank you again, Judy, for your marvelous executive producing skills, and our interpreters. You have been marvelous and so gracious, and you've just been so, you know, just wonderful. You know, it's a tough thing to sit there and do what you do. We appreciate it. Brooke, thanks for keeping us on track and making us look good. We didn't raise Elizabeth Bunn's name. She's been a behind the scenes worker too, and she's comes out of big labor. She has really been marvelous. It's one of those you know, the unspoken voices in the background. You see all this stuff happening, you wonder, how did it happen? She's one of those people too. Kayla and Samantha, I can't say enough. These are our youthful leaders who are stepping up every single day. And it's just so, it just feels so good. Yes, Kayla Soren and Samantha Garcia, we could not have done this without your input and support. And Maria, oh, thank you, Maria. You are being trained at a very young age, and just think all of the people you've been worked with were young activists themselves for the most part. So thank you for being fearless and stepping up. And yes, we are on record. Have a good Transit Equity Day. Rosa would be proud. Woo, woo.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, everybody. Take care.